All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Sprague, Portland Sports Leader 105.1, The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hello, happy Tuesday, everybody.
What is happening?
I was nervous for you to do that. I didn't want vomit everywhere.
I was just too distraught over my baseball team laying an egg in the Super Regionals, man. I can't come to work after that happens. After we go 0 for 2 in Texas, I can't make it in.
That's what we thought.
That was
too emotional. I've been following them all year, from the first pitch all the way to the last out of the last. Actually, I didn't even stay awake till the last game. Made it all the way to the end. I can't come in on a Monday after that.
Yeah, that was the theory that we thought. He's ducking us. Today's a pivotal day where we talk about duck baseball.
I'll show up after a 50-point loss in the what bowl did we lose in? The Sugar Bowl?
The Sugar Bowl,
Peach Bowl. It's Peach Bowl.
Oh, the Peach, yeah, you're
50
right.
Point, I'll show up after that. But baseball Super Regionals is a bridge too far, man. I can't overcome that. I'm alive. What did I miss yesterday? Anything fun happen?
Well, we have a theory. So we talked
slowly dying because something happens every month right now.
I feel like I'm on when you text that, I went, dude, he is on a real heater right now.
Yeah, we're feeling great. Last couple of months have been fantastic. About 6 weeks removed from the last illness, we decide to, let's throw food poisoning back in the mix again. That will be fun.
So you got food poisoning at a place that you have largely and loudly defended on this radio program.
Yeah, to be fair, it's kind of the show's fault from last week because we brought the place up and I said on the air, ooh, I'm actually going to eat that suit. It sounds good.
Oh, that's what
put it in my head, and then Saturday I'm like, let's order out. I feel like let's get some takeout food, and it did not age well.
So we talked about the uniqueness of my wife has gotten food poisoning. I've gotten food poisoning.
Yes.
I've gotten it from the same restaurant that me and my wife ate at, but she didn't get it. I've never had joint food poisoning.
Yeah, we had joint. This was the joint. First time we've ever had joint food poisoning.
That's very unique.
I've had it. I don't know if the wife's ever had food poisoning before this. Like, I think back in our relationship, I can't remember a time where she did. This one, though, now, the double whammy was, so I played golf Saturday. A buddy of mine passed away years ago. We started a little charity golf thing for him, and so that was Saturday. The weather was, of course, terrible, so that was fun. It was just pouring down rain, but fun to get together with some buds and play some golf. I got done. She was at the sister-in-law's baby shower, took the kid with her. So I get home, and I'm like, I got nothing going on. I get home at like 5. Dog's been inside all day, so I got to take him for a run. Get home, and it's like, dude, hockey game's about to start, duck game's about to start. I don't feel like cooking. So that's when I order, but what got me was I got myself something, and then just to be nice, I ordered something for the wife, like in case she's hungry when she gets home, here's some food for her.
Right.
She gets home, she's not hungry, no big deal. I'm going to eat it for lunch tomorrow. So I eat my burrito in like 90 seconds, of course. It's gone like that. It doesn't take very long. Fast forward, wake up a little bit foggy on Sunday, and then at lunchtime, she's like, hey, I'm going to eat my food. Do you want a little bit of it? And I said, well, if you don't eat some, I'll have some. Of course, she just eats like a quarter of it, and then hands me the rest, like, do you want this? And my fat ass says, well, yeah, I bought it. I'm not going to let it go to waste. We got to eat this food. So I ended up eating about 80% of the food, and it was all of the food that was contaminated. And, when I ate that for lunch, it was like did not feel great before then, and then like a flip was switched of like the rest of the day is going to be an absolute disaster.
That was exactly because I got food poisoning 2 years ago at a restaurant.
Yes, and I remember it well.
Well,
and I ate at the same place, and I did not get food poisoning at that place.
Right. I almost got it day of, night of, and we're supposed to do a show, and I'm like, am I going to get food poisoning in the hotel the night before our show?
This is not going to be fun.
Fought through it, did it, and then the next day with leftovers, my daughter didn't like it, and I'm like, well, I can't waste this.
Right,
and
I bought this. It was expensive. I'm not going to let it go.
That was a big, big mistake, dude. It was over after that. I don't know why I did that, but the joint food poisoning is definitely a thing. We also talked about how you have always defended this company, and you say, hey, when it's wrong, you buy low.
You got to buy low. You got to buy low.
But
buy the dips.
When people get food poisoning, they can go one of two ways.
Right.
They recover, they're good. They recover, they never eat the food item forever, or they boycott it for X amount of months or years. I said I think you still buy low.
You think I buy low here?
But the experience is what dictates all of this.
Here's what I will say. As of now, they're canceled.
Yeah.
They have been personally canceled.
They're benched.
Now, I want you to keep this in mind.
Okay.
Because I'm going to need you to hold me accountable here. There will be like a mail sack segment 9 months from now. and I'll say something along the lines of, "Ooh, that sounds good. I haven't had it in a while." And if I say that, I give you both the opportunity, one to walk into the studio, the other to walk across, slap me in the face.
Oh, I'm not going to
If I say that, I would like for you to come, just Dirt, remember what happened. Give me one of these on the cheek, and then I'll remember. You're right. Thank you for the reminder. I needed that pick-me-up.
It's a fair thing to be feeling right now.
I'm done, dude. I'm not eating it again. It's not happening.
But 9 months from now, it'd been passed by so much. Like, that's an entire pregnancy.
It's a long.
That's an entire pregnancy.
That's an entire baby.
And you just want to keep boycotting
it's an entire baby. We're still boycotting. The other food poisoning that I've had in the years that I have not canceled is I've had food poisoning from an Egg McMuffin at McDonald's.
Have you eaten one of those?
And that I have eaten again.
Okay.
I have not fully canceled that one. This one's always given me stomach issues, but I've been willing to overlook that because I enjoy it that much. This is just a bridge too far.
Yeah.
Especially when all the vomit goes into the bathtub, which, by the way, a quick piece of advice if you have food poisoning, don't vomit into the bathtub.
It's pretty terrible.
It's a really bad idea.
Yeah.
And I didn't really have any other choices. And then you're left with like an hour-long cleanup process because you can't just leave vomit in the toilet in the middle of the night.
It is easily the worst decision you can make, not knowingly making the decision.
Yes. Thinking I'm going to be okay because I had the urge to throw up at like 6:30 the night before. And it didn't. Nothing happened. So I'm like, oh, maybe this was the same thing. So I'm just kind of like leaning over in the bathroom. I think I'll be all right. And then it's from like 0 to 100 in a half of a second, and it's a faucet that turns on. And I happen to be pointing at the bathtub, and that was fun to clean out yesterday.
We had to visit my brother and sister-in-law. They moved to Sacramento years and years ago. Like Jada, my oldest, had just been born. And so we went down and visited her or them, and we went out, and it's still to this day one of the heaviest nights of drinking of my life.
Yeah.
Like, we just went to a bar. We're having a good time.
Next thing leads to another.
Dude, we were in there. They were living in an apartment in Sacramento, and I went in the bathroom, and I just used the whole bathtub. I'm like, the toilet's not big enough. I need the whole tub.
Let it all go.
And I felt terrible because it was like the cleanup was going to be terrible. They had little kids at that time, and they were, obviously taking baths.
They're taking baths in the tub.
But I woke up the next day, and I'm apologizing, and we cleaned up, and I said, hey, how did you do? Because he drinks a little more than I do.
Sure.
Oh, he yacked all over our closet. I'm like, what? The closet?
At least I didn't throw up in the closet.
I'm glad it wasn't on your carpet in another room.
I won that one a little bit. At least a tub is better than on some sort of fabric. That is for sure. Like a couch, or I vomited also on a carpet and a rug before.
Not good. It's over. It's over. There's no saving that.
The rug is getting tossed at that point.
Yes.
If you're throwing it up on a rug, you just go ahead and roll that thing up and throw it out in the garage because it's a goner, dude.
It's food poisoning is
not fun.
There's a lot of things that obviously can kill us, but like of the things we recover from,
sure,
it's remarkable, it's a miracle, and also it is the worst food poisoning.
And then you have no appetite. Like I ate basically nothing all day yesterday. So then you just have like a headache all day because you're not eating. You're trying to drink water.
Oh, yeah.
But every time you do, then you get like some spins going on. And it's like, am I going to start throwing up again? So I put nothing into the system yesterday. Woke up early enough today to make sure I could like stomach a breakfast. Went down okay. And I was like, all right, we're going to make it in. We'll be all right.
You brought your post-breakfast snack.
I brought double dip because I don't know. I'm like, I got an appetite today, man. I haven't eaten in a day. I probably lost 5 pounds yesterday, man.
Yeah, are you going to avoid every item that was with your, like, not the place, but like, some people will...
Like every piece of food in there. I'm not going to do that.
The rice, the beans,
there was
chicken,
rice in there.
Like, do you avoid those items? And you're like, actually, we're going to stay away from these 3-4 things.
We're going to take a break from rice and chicken for a little bit. Rice and chicken will not be on the menu.
Ground beef,
sweet
potato.
We're good. All that stuff will be fine. Veggies, noodles are all acceptable.
Noodles are a good
Do some
one.
fettuccine for dinner tonight, probably.
Did you call the establishment to let them know?
I did call the establishment to let them know.
You did?
I did, yeah.
I've never thought to do that.
Because it was both of you.
It was both of us.
And that would be a concern.
Now, here's the catch. Now, and that they're going to get out of it. They said, thank you for the heads up, but it was also not delivered via them. And so that was their, we didn't handle the food all the way to your house, so we have no clue of knowing. We've had no other reports.
Oh, you did a delivery system.
I did a delivery system.
Oh.
Yes. So do I think my food was poisonous? No, I don't think somebody put something in my food to give me food poisoning. It was definitely the restaurant, but that was their get-out-of-jail-free card when I called.
I know you have a small child. How far is this establishment from your house? If you drove.
If I drove 20 minutes, probably.
Wow.
Is that the closest one? 15, maybe 15 minutes.
I don't think I order 20 minutes away. I don't really do that.
We're not ordering takeout again for a long time.
I don't
say that much too.
The dashing and the
It was just the time and the place of like getting home from eating or getting home from golfing. It's 5 something. Take the dog for a walk, and it's like I should have done something closer, but we had just talked about it and it sounded good, and it was on the top of my mind of like I've been thinking about that the last 3 days. Let's go get it.
So here's the thing: you're not wrong on like scheduling can change a lot of this. I think the wife and I are so conditioned to drive to places.
Yes.
That aren't pizza.
Yeah.
That like even if it is 15 to 20 minutes, we just get in the car. We
don't
even
drive
think about dashing or Uber eating or whatever it is.
Much more financially responsible on your part.
Well,
now, usually in the neighborhood,
it's kind of expensive.
We'll walk to a place and go pick up food and then take it home. Like when we eat out 99% of the time.
I'm surprised you didn't go to a local Mexican joint next to your house.
It's game 3 of the Stanley Cup final.
I
Puck's
know.
dropping,
It was
man.
a great game.
I got a super read. Well, that was the irony of it was the first 2
start,
periods were terrible. It's
You're
4
right.
to
4-0. Yeah.
So I'm sitting there like I don't want to miss this, and the Duck game's starting, and then the next thing I know, the Ducks are down 5-0, and the hockey game's 4-0, and I'm like, what am I doing? I could have just walked to get some food. I would have missed nothing.
Should have skipped the food and gone straight to the bottle at
that point. Yeah, that would have been the only answer there. Hockey game at least ended up being good. Baseball game not so much.
I like that people they have an ability to get another gig if they need it or want it or just do that job in general. I'm like pro whatever.
Yeah.
I don't ever use the service.
Yeah.
I just find the fees and the tip, and I'm like,
hey, it's horrible.
The $9 thing is now $19.
Yes.
And the $10 gap is just me saving 12-minute drive. And
right.
I don't ever mentally find that helpful.
No, it's not. It's not at all.
And, I live in where I can walk to.
You have no excuse.
You have literally a million of them
I
close
always
by,
go fetch something.
You have everything near you.
All of it's close by.
Yeah.
And that's the case for the most part with us. It was just a rare moment of laziness on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Wife and kid aren't around. Let's maximize as much time as we possibly have here.
Oh, and how many deliveries did they do before yours? So it's 20 minutes just from there to there.
Exactly.
Then it's like, what if there's 4 stops before yours? It's like, dude.
Now it's been sitting out for who knows how long.
Yeah.
Because you're not doing the stupid priority thing, which is all a ruse anyways.
Let me also defend the enterprise. That restaurant using that as their out is absolute bull.
Of all the places that
it's
don't
more
have a leg
likely
to
than
stand
not
on there,
the food, just because it's a little colder than when it was hot, like
that does not cause
that
food
don't
poisoning.
make you yak.
No. Chicken being out for 45 minutes does not cause food poisoning. That's not a thing.
No.
Yeah.
Not if it's fully cooked.
Not if it's fully cooked. It will not cause. You can leave it out. I've left chicken out on my counter for 45 minutes before and eaten it after that. That does not cause food poisoning.
Sheesh.
But it did cause us to worry because it's not great, obviously, for a pregnant woman to have food poisoning. So then that was that whole worry.
Was hers? Was it close?
Hers
to
wasn't
yours
quite as bad as she threw up more than I did, but she seemed to be better than I would. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
like she had more of a reaction, but she didn't seem as sick as I did.
Yeah.
But she much better yesterday than I was. A lot of water, hydrating, a little bit of soup here or there. But that was a whole other fear too of like, this is great. Well, we're pregnant now. I have that thought in the back of my mind of great. I'm causing my unborn child harm now too, and my kid is fully healthy, and I'm like snapping at him because he wants to go outside and play. But I feel like I can't get off the couch. It's pouring down rain all day yesterday. So a delightful day at the Johnson household.
The kid being yelled at thing while you're not feeling
Dude, you're
good.
just like, man, I love you, buddy. I need a break right now.
I know, and I know the tone you probably really used at home, like, leave me alone!
Not right now.
You feel bad about it? You can't. I mean, it's just kind of human nature.
Just
You're
happens.
at your lowest. He's probably at his most energetic. I want to go do something.
Well, and he also can't he can't be physically active outside because it's raining all day. So we got outside for a little bit, but it's not, it's one thing if you could just go run around the backyard. I'll sit in a chair out here in the sun. You can handle that. But in the rain, I'm not going outside and doing that in the rain yesterday, so I felt bad about that too.
You do realize you kind of brought this all on yourself, right?
Oh, this is all my fault.
I started laughing yesterday.
It's all my fault.
I got out of the car, I saw the text, and I go, crap. God bless Brendan Sorsby.
Yes.
Because, when you're doing a solo show, it's one thing to plan for the full thing.
Yeah, when you know it's coming.
I felt horrible with how late I texted yesterday.
It's whatever, but I started laughing, and I think back every time, because right now it is turning into a once a month.
Yes.
I'm not feeling well.
What will it be in July? Wait and see.
I will never, in the rest of my days, as long as my memory holds, never forget him laughing about the idea of ever being sick because he has an iron stomach.
Iron stomach, dude.
And kids, get out of here. And just like he's got one, he's got a second coming along the way.
Oh, there's no hope
And it's
left.
once a month now. I got pneumonia. I have food poisoning.
It's just killing me day by day, slowly but surely inside. Lack of sleep certainly doesn't help either.
That's definitely a big thing.
Yeah, when your system is run down anyway.
Yeah, getting a little extra Z's would be nice, and then that's not really happening these days. So we battle through. But it's once a month. It'll be something in July. I can't wait to find out what it's going to be. Ringworm will probably get me.
Oh, taken out by ringworm.
Ringworm's taking me. Although I might lose a little bit of weight on ringworm. That could be nice.
The wife was
like the new Ozempic.
I think the wife got like mini sick at the end of last week.
Uh-huh.
And my daughter texts me, and I'm like, crap.
Here we go. It's in the house.
And I get back, I'm like, are you all right? Because I heard you were sick. And she goes, who told you that? And I was like, obviously our daughter.
Yeah.
With a phone.
Got
And
word from home.
yeah, she had little cough, and then she looked tired, but I couldn't tell how much it was dehydration. Anyways, I'm like, God, dude, she's gotten sick like 3 or 4 times this year. Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. You're active enough.
Yesterday after the show, I got home, and I'm like, do I have a sore throat?
Uh-oh.
Chugged water.
Uh-oh.
I took a 2-hour nap on my couch. I had to. I was like, and it wasn't just doing the solo. I got no sleep. I got a bloody nose because our house was too hot, so I got no sleep. And I took a nap, and I'm like, yep, I needed sleep. That's what it was.
That helped right there.
That's all it was.
Little afternoon nap for me yesterday, too. It takes a lot of the pain away, man.
Well, we have the finals.
We have the NBA Finals last night. Dare I say,
Yeah.
are we 6 for 6?
Ooh.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we're 6 for 6.
Are we 6 for 6?
Every game has been great.
Every game's been must-watch.
Compelling.
Oh.
You've had to
Stanley
stay
Cup Final and
through-
NBA
Yes.
Final. Every
Yes.
game has
The end of the
delivered.
game.
Yes, thank
Game
you.
3 of the Stanley Cup Final looked for a moment like won't happen, and
I
then we
was
had
very
a
discouraged at
historic comeback and then an overtime ending.
Well, second period. Halftime.
Yeah, sure. And then yesterday, you kind of had that thought a little bit at halftime, like the way the second quarter went. Like, oh God, the Knicks have they outscored them 18 in the second quarter?
It was 42-24 second.
They
quarter.
were on the ropes, and all of a sudden you're up, and you're like, dude, are they going to run them out of the? And then third quarter happens. You're okay, here we go. Went all the way down to the wire. Now, not every game's been an all-time classic, but every one has kept you around start to finish, 6 for 6.
So, God,
Don't let me down tonight, hockey. Do not let me down.
There's a lot of little things about yesterday's basketball game that aren't even like necessarily the most important of what the outcome was.
Yeah, a lot of other noise going on there.
Well,
Did you fall asleep in your suite too? I mean, Lord knows I was passing out in the fourth quarter. I'm ready for bed, dude. I'm right there with you, old man. Me and the orange guy. What? Oh, they scored. All right, yeah, good bucket.
Biden's old though.
Sleepy dirt, just at home, falling asleep on his couch.
Turns out 80-year-olds also need a lot of sleep.
Yeah, who would have thunk it?
No, we'll get to that because that might have been one of the loudest. Is that the loudest noise ever made during an anthem outside of the cheering of like the
loud.
close of the song?
That was all the New York people who had an issue with Wemby locking their arms. They're going to have an issue with that, too? Is that still a thing? Is that a storyline?
I probably will be on a certain channel or 3. No, so one little thing about this game, and you mentioned it there of the second quarter. I didn't go to where you went. There's something about this series where
Whenever somebody has a lead, you don't give up.
I don't look at this and go, well, I think the
No.
Knicks have, because halftime can be so lengthy and it can disrupt rhythm and whatnot.
And you lose the home court advantage at the start of the third quarter
So-
because everybody's out of their seats.
This is my biggest complaint, actually, yesterday. Aside from the president showing up and having to make a big circus, an even bigger circus. It didn't need to be this way. It could have been energetic. And
fans couldn't party out front of the arena and all that.
It was
the
a
way they
disaster
have
in that
Yeah.
sense. I don't understand how everybody decides that they're all going to do the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
And I know you can say, Sprague, that's stupid. It's halftime. There's a 15 to 20-minute window. Right. But I'd much rather miss a minute in the late first quarter to get my drink and hot dog or go to the restroom,
bathroom, yeah.
than be in the line where when they start the third quarter, it's what?
It was empty at the start of the third quarter.
70% full versus what it was at the start of the game.
Yeah.
And like I'm looking at Stiller and Chalamet and Spike Lee, and I'm like, they all got back to their seats in time.
Courtside seats have perks.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
I'm sure they have some private courtside club or something.
it's the finals.
It's the NBA
you
finals.
cannot miss.
How much did you spend
the
for
third
that
quarter.
ticket? How much money, especially like those up front seats too?
Those tickets were probably in the section you could see empty. Those tickets are probably $50,000 to $80,000 each.
It's like a year of college tuition that you spent to go to an NBA Finals game, and you missed 5 minutes of the third quarter.
For a hot dog,
waiting
or a
in
nacho,
line for
or to piss.
to get a cocktail.
What are we doing?
Like, how are you not more prepared than that?
It's one of my biggest gripes in all of sport is basketball game third quarter crowd. It's like as if we just don't care that the most crucial part of the game.
Get your ass back in your seat.
Yeah, and it's
what are we doing?
The first 4 minutes, no crowd, no vibe.
Nothing.
Guess who came back?
They get off to a great start in the third. Yep, here we go. We got a ball game again.
And I don't know if the crowd changes that. That can be the disruption of momentum. That kind of stuck with me. I'm like, seeing the first 5 rows empty, I'm like, what are you idiots doing?
Yeah. I also think that has to do a lot with the sections that you're looking at. Because I guarantee you, if they showed the 300 level, it's fully packed. Probably. Those are your diehard passionate fans. Whereas those fans are, that was a great atmosphere last night, but you're just getting a lot of people who don't usually go to games, I'm sure, or taking advantage of the opportunity, and they just, let's miss the start of the third quarter.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. So we had a good game 3. You're right, 6 for 6 in hockey and basketball right now.
We're going to go 14 for 14. You ready for this? We're almost halfway there.
I'm all in if it's going to be 14 to 14. We got a loaded show today. Sean Hammond covers the Chicago Bears for the Chicago Tribune at 8 a.m. He's going to hop on. They're going through a stadium ordeal. Who also is going through funding through their city ordeal.
Yep.
So I just want to get his perspective on how the government and the team, are they going to go to Indiana? It sure seems like it. Chicago going to come in last second and save it. So we'll talk with Sean Hammond at 8. It is a Mail Sack Tuesday. Dirt and Sprague. We get on next on 105.1 The Fan.
the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, what was supposed to be a party like 1999 got spoiled by the Spurs, who took Game 3 of the NBA Finals at Madison Square Garden, 115-111. Victor Wembanyama playing the entire fourth quarter, finished with 32 points, 8 boards, and 3 blocks. Game 4 Wednesday night in New York, Knicks leading 2-1. Game 4 the Stanley Cup Final set to go in Vegas tonight. Golden Knights lead the Hurricanes 2-1. All 3 games decided by a single goal, the last 2 going to overtime. Puck drops just after 5. You can hear it on 910 ESPN Portland beginning at 4:30. In the wake of the injunction granted to Texas Tech transfer quarterback Brendan Sorsby that will allow him to play this season despite gambling on his own team while at Indiana, Big Ten officials are expected to meet and vote on a league-wide mandate to schools to not schedule the Red Raiders at all in any sport moving forward. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Eat the wiener.
All right, welcome back in. Durden Sprague with you on a Mail Sack Tuesday, a Sparta TRT Mail Sack Tuesday. I hope everybody's Tuesday morning. I know it's wet and stormy out there, but
Mail Sack
is never interrupted by weather.
No, it'll cheer you up immediately. Also, if you don't like hot weather, enjoy this right now because it's going to be like 100 degrees next Monday.
Also, Dirt's back.
Hey!
Got 'em, boys.
Hey!
Hog 'em up, Sikorsky!
Hog 'em up, Sikorsky.
How about that Oregon baseball team, huh? How about that baseball team?
Did you have so the one thing, I do love it when we in this industry miss stuff and it's like, hey, let's talk about the thing a week ago that I wasn't here for.
that I wasn't around to talk about yesterday.
Yesterday was interesting because you had
Ooh, what was the takeaway from Duck fan? People were upset. I have buddies who were upset. Yeah. My takeaway is
what are they upset about?
I don't know.
They played a really good Texas team, a team that might win the national championship, while Troy got to go.
The Texas manager even acknowledged this is kind of
it was an
ludicrous.
unfair
we
bracket.
shouldn't one of us should have played Troy and the other one should have played Coastal, whatever. Who was it?
Little Rock.
Little Rock.
Little
Thank you.
Rock,
Was one of the other small schools that were in there. Oregon baseball did exactly what I want Oregon baseball to do. They gave me a couple of weeks of entertainment when I don't pay attention to the entire season. My Major League Baseball team sucks. They filled that hole for a little bit of hey, this is kind of fun. They won a regional at home. They didn't crap the bed in their own stadium.
Well, they dodged
knocking off
Cal
their
Poly and
sure, but
They beat the in-state rival.
in-state, right?
whose
Knocked
fan
off
base
their
greatly
whose
cares.
fan base actually cares about this and lives and dies with it. And yeah, it didn't end the way that I wanted to. It'd be nice to see him not, get kicked in the teeth in the first game and be be more competitive.
God, that first game was terrible.
I can what he's done at Oregon has been really good. They're a respectable, solid program,
And they're young.
They got a lot of guys coming back. The majority of the roster is homegrown. All those things are cool and exciting. I can't wait to watch the last 3 weeks of the season again next year, and probably be disappointed again when they don't make Omaha. But I'm not asking for more than that. There's this weird thing with Oregon, and I balance it sometimes with basketball of I have a hard time being super critical about sports that I'm not that invested in, if that makes sense. Because I think a lot of fans are like me. We follow basketball, we follow baseball, we don't watch it that closely, and then we want to yell and scream as if we're living and dying with every shot. We're doing that with football. An 8-4 season for Landing this year,
Hot
and
seat.
you want to scream and I get it. We're all invested in that on every snap of every game of every season.
Yeah.
There's just a difference with the other sports, and as long as you're relatively competitive and giving me something to watch and enjoy, I'm not going to ask for more. I'm not going to kill the coach. I'm not going to kill the team. They ran into a buzzsaw. Texas might win the national championship for all we know. It was a nice little run, dude. They won a regional, got to a super regional. Hopefully someday they get to Omaha.
Got to the 8th with 2 outs with the lead.
Yeah, you're in the game
They
at the
blew
end.
the game, but you got to the end. You were up. You were close to sending
Especially
it to
after
a third
falling
game.
down 4-0, you gave up solo shots to start the game. You're down 2-0. You're like, oh God, here we go again, and they found their way back into it.
So
that showed some balls at least.
Something I didn't talk about yesterday on the program that I would have talked about if you were here, but you're here now and you're wearing the sweatshirt and we're talking about your program. So I have a very interesting situation ahead of me here. I have what I would describe as
Is this a
nephew? Basically an adopted nephew.
I saw this yesterday.
He is a family friend.
Yes.
It's my nephew's best friend. He's been best friends with him since he was like 8, 9 years old, whatever, whatever age they were. They were tiny, right?
Sure.
I've seen this kid forever. They're juniors going into senior year high school. He committed to Oregon yesterday.
I saw that.
And I saw him.
He got a Hayes Fawcett edit. That's a big deal.
He got an edit, I think, from all of the recruiting bros. He's one of the better players in the state.
Yep.
But I saw him before he committed, and he was at my niece's graduation party, and so me and my cousin whooped him and my nephew's ass in cornhole.
There you
we had
go.
to teach him, before you go to college.
Look at this.
You
better upgrade your
lessons.
Your cornhole skills here. You got to know how to do that in college.
I knew he was going to commit. He hadn't posted about it, and so it was a big deal. We were talking about it, and he knows because when he started his recruiting stuff, Oregon State was kind of at the front because they were the first school to reach out locally.
Usually how it works in state.
And I really believe in his skill. His size is really good. He's a little under 200, but he's 6'3". He's got a 40-inch vert. He runs a 4.5 40. His hands are huge.
Get that kid in a college nutrition and weightlifting program. The transformation you see for guys from spring to the next fall.
It's crazy.
Their first year on campus.
It's crazy.
Absolutely blows your mind.
He's a stud athlete at 20 tuds last year. He's a beast. And I just believe in him. But he made a joke when I showed up to the party, and he's wearing a Duck basketball shirt, and I go, I knew it.
I knew it.
And he starts laughing, and he goes, I'm going to have to get you some Duck gear. And I was like,
right. Come on to the flock, buddy.
I'm not rooting for the team. I'm rooting for the player. And he starts laughing. He goes, I know. But I'm in a weird conundrum of let's say he actually gets any run this freshman year because he thinks, he doesn't know if he'll play or not his first year.
He's got one more year of high school, and then he's going.
Yeah, his first year.
A lot of guys will be, Stewart will be gone. We'll see some of the other guys and the decisions they make. But
I think he'll be bumped to a 4-star. He's pretty much on the line of it right now, so he'll be a 4-star kid coming in.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do if Oregon is in a playoff game and he's actually a big contributing member.
Right.
I'm gonna proudly root for him, go to a game or two. And,
yes.
I'll always see him, but
the Civil War will be back by then.
What do I do if they're in a playoff game? Am I wearing Duck gear on the show? Am I what if I buy his jersey to support his NIL?
I think you probably should. I think you're going to have to.
I'm in a weird spot,
Welcome
dude.
to the flock, buddy.
It's not my kid.
You're
it's
Duck
a weird
of a different
place.
feather, man.
It's a weird place
It is.
to be
I've
in.
thought about this a lot with family members and close friends who have kids, and if you get in that situation, I think the right answer is you don't I'm not going to wear it out in public at all times. Wearing one on the show, I wouldn't ask you to do that. That may be a little too extreme. But during a game, you're going to wear the gear and you're going to root for the team. And I would have to say, if my nephew went to Washington and played football, I'd have no choice but to do it. He's my nephew.
So you're wearing Husky gear.
I will root for them to win the game. Yes.
But are you wearing the gear?
I would wear
if he has a jersey.
I would wear zero of their gear other than his jersey.
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't buy a Washington football sweatshirt.
Right.
But I would buy his jersey to support him, and I would own the jersey because that would be such a cool thing to have.
Yeah.
To have the jersey, I'd have him sign it, even get it framed maybe when his playing days are done. Put that up. That's your nephew, dude. That's something to be proud about. So I get the weird conundrum of it. The second he leaves school, you go back to where it was before, right? So it's like a weird coma that you're in, supporting them, and then the second he's gone, it's over. You don't even have to think about it anymore.
The funny thing is, the second he's gone, my daughter somehow goes to Oregon. I'm like, well, all right, I guess this is going to keep going.
She's going to go play hoops at Oregon. Let's go.
Well, I don't know about that, but she got her mom's height gene, not dad's.
Could be a point guard. Come on, how big is Paige Becker? She's tiny, right?
She's 6'1".
Oh, damn it.
No, it's just an interesting spot. It's interesting to watch a player, because I have never had anybody that's of that age.
Sure.
They're my niece and nephew, and so it's them being this age now where this has become a thing because he's such a good athlete.
Yeah.
He caught some flack. I was reading some of the comments of all his posts.
Well, he committed to Washington State pretty shortly ago.
So he committed to Washington State. There's an explanation for this.
Sure.
I can defend this a little bit.
Yes.
So
they're kids. Who cares? There's no defense of it. They're kids. Do what you want to do.
So he committed to Wazoo June 4th.
Right.
It's June 9th today.
Yes.
Right? So he committed to Oregon yesterday, June 8th. So it's 4 days. And everybody was commenting, June 4th? You flipped in 4 days?
4 days, yeah.
It was incredibly crazy, stupid timing.
Yeah.
He got offered by Wazoo, Oregon State, Boise State, all of them. Wazoo interested in him the most because he probably playing time-wise would be
immediately go play at Wazoo. That's the biggest selling point, yeah.
Right. So he, I want him to go SU, but I can't fault him. I'm like, dude, that's great, man. Go to Pullman, dominate. Literally 2 days after, right, you like Oregon, right? And it's like, oh my God, my dream. It's been his dream school. It's his dream school since he was 10 years old.
You grow up wanting to go there, they call you and give you an offer out of the blue.
Right after he commits, and so it's like, is it the best thing? No, but he can't. It's not his fault the timing happened the way it happened.
I was such an idiot when I was 18 years old. I can't even begin. Not even 18, 17 years old. I can't even begin to tell you. I will never criticize these kids for doing stuff.
Oh, I'm not criticizing.
No, I know, but I know that exists out there. That when you have that quick of a flip of like, how could you do that? It's like, were you recruited by big time schools?
I know, that's
Did
what
you
I'm
get
saying.
an offer 5 days later from your all-time dream school that you wanted to go to? It totally changes things, man. It's going to be crazy. I'm happy. I was excited to see that yesterday because I knew that was kind of in the works. And when he committed yesterday, I was like, that was a quick flip. Good for him, though, man. Go to your dream school. And I'm rooting like hell for him, man. It gives me another interest in rooting for Oregon.
I think taking the photos for these recruits, I think it's like outside of the stuff they're doing on recruiting
trips.
Did the
dad jump into the uniform in the recruiting photo shoot?
He didn't jump into the uniform, but he has a photo with his parents on the field holding the O up.
Yeah.
And I saw both of them, and I talked to his dad a little bit, and he said Lanning was busting his chops because he's a Bills fan. So Lanning's like, I see that T-shirt, right? We're going to be fast friends.
We own you in the AFC, right?
But he was telling me that, and then it's crazy how many different photo shoots you have to do.
A lot of photo shoots, dude.
These kids love to do them.
Yes.
He's sitting on a throne. He's in the locker room jumping and flexing. Now he's on the field. Like, it's just a whole day of photo shoots.
Put the different uniforms on. You can put. They let you pick and choose whichever uniform you want to, which I'm a little jealous of because every time I see it, I'm like, God, why don't they bring those back?
I know.
Because guys will wear like throwback jerseys or Dennis Dixon era jerseys or whatever the case, and you put them on. You're like, that still looks good. Why are we not wearing those on Saturdays anymore?
I think half his wardrobe now is just off-wall Oregon sports, like Oregon softball hat. He was wearing a basketball
We got a
t-shirt.
box of stuff. What do you want to take home? You want an Oregon basketball shirt? You want to root for the
shoes?
softball program?
Yes.
Your conundrum, though, it always makes me think of Alex Molden of like how weird must that have been of being a legendary player at a place. And then your son, your oldest son,
goes to UW.
Goes to the biggest rival.
I know.
And then your second son, and I don't know if he will stay committed. We'll wait and see on that. But his youngest one, who's at West Lynn right now, is now committed to Oregon. So it's just like the idea of...
I feel very strongly about that commitment.
I do too. I feel very firm about it as well. I like his head coach. But just the idea of like having to root for your kid going to the biggest rival when you played there. Because I know what that means when... It's one thing to be a fan and be on the outside looking in and hate another school.
Right.
It's another to play against that school and have
the sweat
the
equity
hatred
into it.
of that school, and then your
Yes.
kid goes to the other one. It's just a funny conundrum.
It's a crazy
that
world.
you certainly overlook. You root for your kid, and then they're gone, and it's all right. We're back to hating them the way we're supposed to.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring that up yesterday because I thought that was a really funny situation. I'm like, oh my God, am I going to have to wear his jersey?
Welcome to the flock, buddy.
Yeah, to
Sko
them.
Ducks.
Welcome to them.
You can drop a SCO to me?
No, I'm not doing that.
You'll walk into the room every day. You can give me a SCO to start the show?
I said, I hope you get 2 touchdowns and 8 catches and you lose to my team. And he started laughing. He's like, we're not losing to you guys.
Yeah, it's not going to
He's already talking trash.
He's already talking trash.
All right. Well, we'll get to the Game 3 stuff from the Garden and Wemby and the Spurs making this a series, and now we got a 2-1 situation. We'll get to that coming up at the top of the hour. It is 6:39 during Sprague. We're back with more on 105.1 The Fan.
The Fan.
Mail sack questions can be sent at 503-864-6326. You can put them in the YouTube chat, or you can tweet them to us at Dirt and Sprague on social media. We'll get to that in the final hour. The Sparta TRT mail sack today, a beautiful little Tuesday. We'll dive into the full element of Game 3, Spurs-Knicks. We got a 2-1 series now. Wemby and the Spurs winning at Madison Square. God, and the energy was great last night. I turned it on 45 minutes before just to kind of get a feel of it.
Just to see the vibe of the pregame and everything going on. Yeah.
Well, because the Preezy of the Steezy was in the house, like everybody had to be there super early.
Yes, they did.
And so it was like almost everybody was in their seat 45 minutes before the game.
It also just, the history of it, right? You haven't been in an NBA Finals since 1999. You haven't won one in forever. So they've been hungry for it for a long time. I would care to guess that if we had a similar situation, that the entire arena would be full 45 minutes before just because the anticipation. Like, you dream about a moment like that as a fan for how many years? And it's not like New York over the years has been a team that's been close and knocking on the door. They've been miles away from it for a long time. So I think that was as much about the security issues of everybody not wanting to be late as it was of like, I'm soaking up every second of this, other than the start of the third quarter because they were all in line.
I asked Swag this question. I can ask you now because we have Game 3 result. But going into Game 3, if we were the Spurs, if it was Blazers-Knicks, we hosted, we were dominant, we had the unicorn, what would our Monday show have sounded like? More pessimism, it's over, they're the young team, the Knicks just look kind of like it's destiny?
Yes.
Or do you come in still kind of cocky sniffing like, no, we're going to go on the road. We did it in the Western Conference Finals, Game 7.
Right.
Where do you think we as a show would have been going into Game 3?
I don't think it would have been a cocky sniffing, but I think that I would not have given up hope yet. There still would have been a level of optimism. Cocky sniffing, I can't do that down 0-2. Blowing the first two games at home like that, no, you're the young team. I can't go that far. But the first two games were so close in toss-ups in multiple ways that I would tell myself, like, dude, if Wemby hits a shot at the end of Game 2, the series is tied 1-1.
Yeah.
Like, that's how close you were. And then you could go into the nitty-gritty of other details on top of that. And so I wouldn't have given up hope. There would have been some optimism because you have the freakiest of freaky players that the NBA has ever seen. And as long as you have that in your back pocket, like, you're going to have a chance to win a lot of these games. It was funny, too, because at the start, you never know who's going to come out and be tight and nervous. Like one team down 2-0, it felt like New York was the nervous team for the majority of that first goal. They couldn't even complete a pass to each other for the first 5 minutes of that game. They were so discombobulated.
You could tell the nerves
like
had hit them.
It just was like,
That
and they're
energy.
the team up 2-0.
I know.
It should have been reversed. The team who was basically playing for their lives, because you're down 3-0, you're not coming back. That was the series last night, and New York looked like the more rattled team early at least.
See, that's the thing. I think because of the buzz of the city, the winning the first two games on the road, hosting a finals for the first time since 99, you had the president involved. I think because of all of that stuff, I agreed with the pregame broadcast. I actually thought Game 3 was on the Knicks. As crazy as that sounds, because their Spurs are the ones down 0-2.
They won the first two games on the road.
But because of the buzz of the building, and the Spurs just going, all right, I mean, you're up 2-0. Take care of your business. Here you go. They're all rooting for you.
Right.
It just, there was a weird feel to that of like, it doesn't really make any sense in my brain, but I kind of agreed with the idea that the pressure seemed to be more on New York. And I thought at the beginning of the game, they kind of played that way. So I think the energy of that building, it was electric. It was awesome.
It was, yeah.
But I just kind of felt when they started it off, I'm like, ooh, dude, all the pressure, man. The Knicks have to come out sharp. Otherwise, Spurs are going to feel comfortable, and the energy's great. You're going to go on runs, but they're going to feel like, okay, we can get this one.
I think it's the idea of the opportunity that was in front of you last night, that we now know that it slipped through your fingers. You win that game, the series is over. Like, San Antonio's not winning 4 in a row against you. I wasn't going to say that after 2-0. I wasn't here to talk about the series, obviously, yesterday.
Right.
But I know we debated that a little bit last week. Like, if New York is to win Game 2, how do you feel? And I wouldn't have said the series is over. You still got to give them a puncher's chance. New York's obviously the favorite. It's just the idea of you had the opportunity to put, like, a foot on the throat of San Antonio last night. Like, it was in front of you at home in that environment. And that's a lot of pressure to know if you win that game, it's essentially over. And they let it slip through, and now we got ourselves a series. And I think the biggest fear is that once you give a team a little bit of hope and a little bit of life, where does it go from here? And now you go into Game 4 where it feels like more pressure is definitely on New York.
Right.
Because if you blow, like, all of a sudden you're back tied 2-2, everything swings the other direction, you're going back to San Antonio. Maybe we end up with one of those, like, what was it, the Nats and the Astros World Series?
Nobody wins at
the
home.
The road team won every game of the World Series. And it was like,
my Nixon 7
at some point it's got to break, and it never broke, and the Nats won Game 7 on the road in Houston, so maybe it ends that direction, which would be kind of funny and ironic. But you had that opportunity in front of you to basically close the series last night, and you couldn't do it.
So, did the President of the United States get what he wanted yesterday?
I don't really know what he wanted. Just attention?
So why did he go?
I don't know.
New York hates him.
New York's not a big fan of him.
They haven't liked him. They didn't like him before he was president.
I think he got 17% of the vote in Manhattan in the last presidential election.
So I was kind of thinking about, there's always got to be an angle with him.
Yeah.
And what's the angle? Is it just the attention, the talk,
Probably.
the
The
I'm gonna change
conversation.
everything because if I'm here, everything gets changed? Or
Probably put yourself at the forefront of stuff.
that is, I mean, I can't think of what a second would be of, like, I've never seen anybody get quite booed like that.
No, that was
during
pretty
the
loud.
national anthem.
We've never seen a sitting president at an NBA Finals
That was
game
the
before.
first, yeah.
Obama went to the Raptors and Warriors game, but it was in 2019, so he'd been, at office for 3 years at that point?
Yeah.
He was at that. I can't remember if he went to another NBA Finals game or not, but I know he went to that one. I can't remember exactly why, but I remember it being there. But obviously out of office, and it's just like the security concerns are less for a not sitting U.S. president.
Yes.
Like, there's obviously still a Secret Service element to it, and you got to get scanned going into the building and all of that. But it's not quite the same as
The detail
and everything that goes into it when you're a sitting president. That was the only, like, whatever, dude. You want to go and you want to get booed, that's fine. It was the impact that it had on the diehard fans who have been waiting their entire lives for this moment. Like, there was a stat that they showed on the start of the broadcast where it was like 70% of New Yorkers that live in the city were born after the last
they haven't
championship.
seen a title,
because they won in
70% of the city.
74, right?
Yes.
And so that so much of this, so they've never really experienced this before. You're up 2-0. And they have been, if you've been following the Knicks in the playoffs, they've been throwing these like massive parties out in front of the stadium.
Right.
They shut down all the blocks around, and there's like, so you're basically there, but you can't go, but you feel like you're there for all the fans that can't afford it. And they had to close all that down. And that was the bummer of, like, these people have waited their entire lives for it, and because one person's vanity wants to be there, they can't do it for security concerns, and that sucks.
Well, it's absolutely turned into, because they lost their first game, it's turned into the Trump loss.
Oh, we're blaming him. He's the he's the
Nick
jinx.
Fan has already fully dove into that.
I mean, if it happened to us, if a politician showed up that we largely didn't like as a city and we were up 2-0 in the NBA Finals, we would probably have the same reaction as well.
So here is how it sounded during the national anthem.
I don't think they left a lot up for debate there.
I don't think that was interpretation
I
at
think
all.
we see your feelings, New York City.
Well,
We see where you're coming from.
So aside from however you feel about him, and
Sure.
I know a lot of people out here and New York feel a certain way, I just kind of kept thinking about where he was sitting. He wasn't in like a regular suite. It was in like a makeshift, I'm pretty sure it was a bulletproof.
Yeah, they had
Probably,
bulletproof glass.
It just
up
didn't
and
look
stuff.
like a good place to want to watch a
I
game.
noticed because I was not home yet for the pregame stuff. So, but it kicked up when he went to salute.
Well, you didn't see. I didn't see him. I watched the pregame. I didn't see him tell the national anthem.
No, they didn't show him at all.
They didn't show
tell
him.
the anthem.
Silver did a thing on the pregame about how it was so awkward because Barkley, Smith, and Shaq, they're all kind of sitting on the court, and Silver's like, he used to be a Knicks fan, or he is a Knicks fan. He used to go to games. Kenny, you back in the day. And they're just like not reacting.
None of them want to play
Barkley
along with
hates
that.
him.
Yeah.
It's just like, it was a really awkward little setup. And then they show him. I just saw where he was sitting, and I'm like, I wouldn't even want to watch a game through the weird bulletproof glass thing. I'd just much rather watch it on a big screen on my couch if I'm going to go as the president and I'm going to get mercilessly booed. Like,
doesn't seem like a great outcome there.
I'm good off that, man.
Yeah, they're definitely going to turn this on him. He won't be a Game 4, right? If I read that correctly, that he's not going to be
I think this
attending
was
Game
a
4.
one and done.
He was doing the one and done.
Why didn't he go to Texas?
Yeah, you're probably not getting booed in San Antonio.
It's going to be maybe a little bit, but like mostly you're going to get cheers.
I don't know that he got invited to go.
Yeah, that's true. Who owns the Spurs?
I forget the name of the guy.
Have they owned it for a long? Is it the same owner from years ago?
Well,
or have
at
they
one
recently
point
sold?
it was Ziggy Wilf who owned the Vikings,
Right.
but I think he
changed hands.
sold it.
Yeah, because Dolan and him are buds from back in the
Lewis
day.
family?
Okay, the Lewis family.
Oh, wait. No, that's the
No.
Tottenham owner.
Oh, wrong Spurs. Different
Wrong
Spurs. Also an applicable Spurs, but not the one we're looking for right now.
Peter Holt.
Peter Holt.
That's who it is. Peter Holt.
Oh, Peter.
Peter Holt is the acting governor of the Spurs. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll see if he ends up going to another game.
Also, James Dolan had to go from sitting courtside to up because he was their friends. So
then he left in the fourth quarter, and Dolan ended up back on the sideline. He left with a few minutes to go, like 7 minutes to go in the fourth. He left.
He got back down
and
there,
Dolan went down to courtside.
All right, game 3. Let's dive into it, man. Spurs.
We got ourselves a series.
They've made it a series.
Yes, they have.
I'm excited about this one. I thought it was a great game 3. First quarter, really shaky for the Knicks. Obviously, second quarter turned completely around. And so we have a little bit of a back and forth with, I don't know who you guys think has been the better team in this series. I don't even know how you can parse that out, but we'll dive into it. Hour number 2, we start with game 3, Spurs-Knicks, a 2-1 series now. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1, The Fan.
Join The Fan on Friday, June 12th at Gold PDX as Nate. Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Stone Creek Golf Club, Oregon's best public course under $100. StoneCreekGolfClub.net. First on the Fan, the brooms got put away at Madison Square Garden. Game 3 of the NBA Finals, spoiled by the Spurs in a 115-111 victory led by Victor Wembanyama's 32 points, 8 boards, and 3 blocks. Game 4 Wednesday night back at MSG with the Knicks up 2-1. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final ready to go in Vegas tonight. The Golden Knights holding a 2-1 lead over the Hurricanes. All 3 games have been decided by a single goal, and the last 2 went to overtime. Puck drops just after 5 p.m. You'll hear it on 910 ESPN Portland pregame coverage at 4:30. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
All right, welcome back in. Hour number 2. Dirt and Sprague here on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Tuesdays are
Mail Sack.
the Sparta TRT edition coming up in the final hour. So get the mail sack questions in 503-864-6326. Put them on the YouTube chat, Twitter, you name it, wherever. We'll get it. We'll get to that in the final hour. An hour from right now, we're going to pause some of our basketball and Brendan Sorsby conversations. We're going to talk with Sean Hammond, who covers the Chicago Bears for the Chicago Tribune, because the Bears are going through maybe a relocation to Hammond, Indiana.
The Indiana Bears.
But I keep saying Sean Hammond. I'm pretty sure it's Sean Hammond. But
Yeah, it's Sean
also
Hammond.
Hammond, Indiana. So it's kind of throwing my brain through a loop of like, I'm not saying his name wrong.
Is this guy the reason they're leaving?
But yeah,
He wants to go cover him in his hometown of Hammond, Indiana.
But he's going to hop on. I've only read about it. I don't really know the inner workings of it all. And it's government against team, and it's a city-state basically saying, why are we funding everything for billionaires? So they're kind of pushing back, but they don't want to lose the Bears. But the Bears are willing to go Indiana because Indiana will just bend over and give them whatever they want.
Yep.
So we'll just kind of get the ins and outs and the workings of if the Chicago Bears are going to turn into the Indiana Bears, because we're also going through a funding situation with Tom Dundon.
Yes, we are.
So it's not the same. Obviously, they're going through a new stadium. We're going through renovation, but it's how much do you allocate? What's the real bickering between here? What are we talking about? So we'll get a read on that. And then also just ask him about the Caleb Madden curse cover thing.
Yes.
So he'll join us coming up at 8 a.m. We'll get to the mail sack in the final hour. But we start the second hour of the radio program with Game 3 of the NBA Finals.
Phenomenal game last night. Great series so far.
Great energy.
Yep.
I've never wanted to be at a sporting event as bad as I wanted to be at that one since. Ooh, buddy, I'd have to think about this one.
That was the most
2016, maybe Game 7.
Yeah.
Like wanting to I'm watching and I'm like, I wish I could be there.
Yes.
Game 7, 2016 might be it. There's some good moments. Obviously, the Blazers got back to the playoffs for the first time this year, but that's the first round.
There's a little bit of a difference between the NBA Finals and the first round of the playoffs.
Madison Square Garden with the alien, and the Knicks are up 2-0. The energy of that place. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to be there so bad.
It's the most. I was thinking about that. So the game, I'm with you. I turned the coverage on really early because, one, I just like the crew other than when Draymond's there. I'm like, why are we ruining this great show with Draymond Green? Can we stop doing that? It was just the energy was great. So I had it on TV early, and I was trying to think to myself, like, Game 7 obviously was very anticipated last year.
Yeah.
Because that was kind of surprising to myself included and a lot of others that it even went 7 games, and you're like, oh my God, could they actually pull this thing off? Outside of that Game 7, that's probably the most excited I've been for an NBA Finals game since Game 6 of 2016. Because LeBron and Cleveland won Game 5 at Golden State when they were down 3-1, and you thought, all right, and then you're going into Game 6 with maybe a glimmer of hope, and they ended up blowing them out, and we know how that series eventually went. But there haven't been many finals games where I've been that excited and anticipated that much, just with the energy and everything going on, the storylines. Like, that was a massive, massive draw for, I think, sports fans, whether you love basketball or not. And the game certainly delivered in multiple different ways because it was back and forth, compelling from basically start to finish.
It was a start early for San Antonio, and New York looked shaky. They were turning the ball over. They just looked nervous. And then an 11-point lead swung the other way because the second quarter was 42-24.
Dude, they could not miss in the second quarter.
They were in fuego, took a halftime lead. And then we talked about the third a little bit of just like people not getting back to the seats till 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
Spurs came out the gate ready to go, outscored them by 8. And then the fourth quarter, the Spurs held it for the most part, but the Knicks certainly made it tight, especially at the end there. Brunson into 3 to cut it 111-108. And then OG Anunoby hit a 3 in the corner over Dylan Harper.
He had a great game last night.
He was fantastic.
Yeah.
The Spurs, though, they got a little more from guys. Castle, I thought, was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Wemby was the MVP last night. He was exceptional. He had 32, 8, 6, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
I thought Fox, he didn't shoot the ball efficiently, but obviously he hit maybe the biggest shot of the game with the jumper with about 12 seconds left.
Arguably to seal it, yeah.
And I actually thought Dylan Harper was phenomenal. I know he was 1 of 8 from 3.
All of his looks were pretty good, though.
I'm not expecting his efficiencies to be good as a rookie playing in the NBA Finals
Right.
on the road. It's more like the look and the feel. He had 9 boards. He dished out 4. He gave you 13. And he was aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't shy away from shooting the ball when he had the looks, which was the right call.
Yeah.
And I thought when he drove, he just put such an onus on their guards and their perimeter guys because he's bigger.
Yes.
And so he's not as easy to kind of lock down or stop from attacking. And I thought he was doing a lot of the right things. His efficiencies, again, were not great, 13 points on 18 shots. But I just thought Dylan Harper was really stinking good in this game. And I'd add, before we get to the Wemby element, Wemby's the star of this team and maybe the league. I will continue to harp on my biggest takeaway from this run, whatever it be, the finals, the losing in the finals. My biggest takeaway is that Dylan Harper is a rookie, is already ready to be playing, and that should be the most terrifying thing because you already knew Wemby was a freak. He's an alien. He's great.
Yes.
Dylan Harper tapping in and becoming a go-to guy, even as a rookie in some spots, what's that going to mean next year and going forward?
As a 19-year-old in the NBA Finals.
To me, that's the terrifying thing. If he can get his body a little more cut, he gains just a tad more weight at 6'6".
Yeah, he's only going to get better.
He's already a tank, man. Like, if his shooting gets better,
right.
That's the terrifying thing I think of the Spurs, aside from Wemby, is just the idea that guys like Castle and Harper get better from this point.
Well, and there was moments, too, early in the fourth quarter when they're holding on to and building a little bit of a lead that he was running the show more than De'Aaron Fox was. And I think they even pointed to that in the broadcast of, like, this is the right call. I know he didn't have a great night shooting the ball from 3, to your point. 1 of 8 wasn't great for him, but everything else he did impacted the game. He's a tremendous defender for his age. Because of his size and his athleticism, he had that moment where he had the dunk over OG Anunoby and kind of talked a little bit S to him. He's got that spiciness. We saw that firsthand when Scoot tried to big boy him, and then he ended up single-handedly winning a game on the road and erasing a 15-point lead without Victor Wembanyama in the lineup. So we saw it firsthand back in the first round. He's only continued to get better, and it's a part of the angle that is terrifying about San Antonio because they have a piece that we've never seen before and a guy doing things that we've never witnessed before, but then you add the other elements on top of it. One player can only do so much. We saw that with years of LeBron in Cleveland the first time around. You could be great. You can get your team to the NBA Finals. It's not going to mean a lot if your second-best player is nowhere near an all-star caliber guy, and it certainly didn't in those eras for LeBron in Cleveland. That's not the case for Wembanyama. He's got dudes all around him, and I'm with you. I thought they all picked up their play a little bit, and then you flip it on the other side, and for New York's angle, it's like, man, San Antonio outplayed you in 3 of the 4 quarters of the game. You can't just have one hot quarter and the rest of it be, not terrible basketball, but not great basketball.
I'd beg to differ. It's terrible. 20 in the fourth, 22 in the first, and 27, sub 30 in 3 of the 4 quarters.
I'd point to the plus-minus in the fourth and say it was only 23-20, so both teams were a little tight, a lot of fouls, but totally agree with the point. Karl-Anthony Towns did not make a 3. That's one of their biggest advantages in this series is his ability to stretch the floor and knock down threes. He was outstanding in the first 2 games. I don't think he was terrible last night. He just didn't play up to that standard. You're feeling the the Bridges
thing
suck on offense
huge,
is starting to hurt you a little bit because there's no impact offensively at all for him. He had a play or two defensively that he made. Outside of that, there's no impact on the offensive end. And for as good as Brunson has been, and he's been outstanding, especially in clutch moments of this series, it's not the most efficient nights. Now, I know that's kind of the player he is. He's not a super high assist guy as a point guard. He's more of a ball-dominant scoring guard, and I grant you that. But some of the numbers that are out, I think he has as many turnovers as he has assists in the series so far.
5 last night and 5 assists. He had 5 turnovers,
so he has 13 turnovers, 13 assists in the series, and he scored 82 points on 81 field goal attempts. And so it's just, the numbers haven't been terrible when you've looked at them. He's certainly been big in big moments. It just hasn't been, especially early in games, he hasn't been the most efficient scorer of the basketball, and then he kind of picks it up as the game goes on. But they dug themselves a little bit of a hole last night, and yes, they were able to climb out of it out of the second quarter, but they couldn't maintain it in the second half.
Well, I thought what San Antonio did, aside from kind of the shaky, nerve-rattling start it felt like the Knicks were playing with, they were all throwing the ball to opposite ways that each other were cutting or moving.
The first 5 minutes was really bad basketball.
They just looked so incredibly shaky and nervous that I'm like, dude, this has to be an impact of being at the Garden and being back home with a 2-0 lead and kind of feeling the weight of that. But even after that, like even if you give them that grace, you got to wake up and snap out of it. You're playing basketball. Bridges getting 2 early fouls, and we'll talk about foul stuff because Mike Brown gave his thoughts after the game.
Yes.
Bridges' first 2 fouls were so quick, he's out of the game.
And no way to get into the flow of it at all.
There's no flow. Yeah. And then you look at his last game against San Antonio, he had 20 points. He shot 66.7% from 3, had 6 boards and 6 assists. And he had 2 fouls. So, what he was in game 1 was non-existent, and they still somehow won. And then what he was in game 2, I thought kind of put him over the top because you get a game like that, that's going to make a difference.
It's a bit of a bonus for him this time of year,
It's huge because when you look at their bench, yes, Landry Shamet is playing well. He didn't have a great night last night, so his shooting got a little cold last night. He's 1 of 7 from 3.
He was due for a night like that. The guy could not miss so far in the playoffs.
Mitchell Robinson's not offense for you. Somehow you got 10 out of Clarkson, but I just don't know how much I'd rely on that happening again.
One of them was a miracle jumper late in the shot clock.
Deuce McBride only shot twice, and he was 0-2. Like, when you look at their bench scoring,
there's nothing there.
Right now, it's largely it's Landry Shamet. And then, like, any offensive putback stuff Mitchell Robinson gets, you need Bridges. I know you got it from Hart. OG had 28 on 13 shots. You need Bridges to get you at a minimum 15. I just think if they're going to win the series, Bridges has to score 15 points or more in the games for them to be able to close this team out. It's one thing to get away from it in game 1. You saw what it can mean in game 2. I don't think this Spurs team can lose the series going forward if Bridges is not going to score 15. 2 points on 1 of 5. That's the thing. 5 attempts.
Right, you're not even trying.
Like, I thought Cat was not being aggressive enough on offense.
Yeah.
But I actually
thought he took 10 shots on the night.
I thought he was stellar on defense. I thought when he guarded Wemby, he contested really well. I thought he had some good hands, good blocks. Like, he made an impact. You felt the 3 steals and 2 blocks. It's the offense for me with him. He needs to look for his shot more, and I felt like he passed up too many threes early, and that kind of took him out of it, and then you saw him attempt 2 late, and he wasn't close with the first, and then he missed the second. Bridges is the takeaway for me from New York side. We can get to the Spurs side. Bridges, to me, is you cannot be 1 for 5 with 2 points, dude. Like, this is where you traded 5 picks.
We need you.
I need you. I need you to
deliver.
score. If they're going to win the series, Brunson's inefficiencies are going to be there. He's not a dish-diming point guard, right? He's going to be the score-first guy. He hits big shots in big moments. I can deal with that. You need Bridges to shoot more than 5 times and to score more than 2 freaking points if he's going to play 29 minutes or more.
Well, I think it hurts a little bit, too, because you ended up with a above-average game, I would argue, from OG Anunoby. He was outstanding last night, couldn't miss. And then I've kind of joked, and we remember this when Hart was in Portland, like he randomly has nights where he knocks down some shots, and you're like, hey, look at that. They left you open all night, and you made him pay.
Yeah.
And he did that. Like in the first half and that second quarter, he was a huge part of them scoring 42 and knocking down open looks. I think he started the game 3 of 4 from 3 or something like that. Ended up with 16 on 6 of 10 shooting. And so you got an offensive impact from a guy who you don't normally rely on. And OG is certainly an elite player in this league, but he's not a guy that every night you're going to rely on getting 28 points for you. So I think that's what hurt, was that you had other guys kind of go above their weight level, and that if you would have just had an average game from a Bridges or an average game from a Cat offensively speaking, it's much more competitive. And it's a similar feeling, I would argue, that probably San Antonio had, which is why the series is so compelling, is that despite all of this, everything that we're saying, it's what, 111, 108 with 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter? Like all of the Bridges is a non-impact. Cat only shoots 10 times. You got essentially nothing from your bench, and Shamit's been carrying you, and he couldn't make a shot to save his life last night. He had a shot blocked at the rim, or he was a little too, careless with it with Wemby. All of that being said, you're down by 3 with a couple of minutes to go with a chance to win
they're
the
right
game.
there.
And that's why the series has been so compelling, because we were making the exact same argument after the first 2 games of San Antonio of like, man, this guy didn't play great. Fox is doing nothing. Wemby didn't have the best game. But, dude, you had the ball with a chance to win the game at the end.
I know.
And you could have flipped a coin either way. And so this series coming in, I was genuinely excited for it, for the storylines to begin with. I also had hope that it was going to be a good long series. New York winning the first 2 in San Antonio certainly surprised me. I wasn't surprised they got a split, but it surprised me that they won both.
That wakes up, for people who are like, basketball, maybe. That wakes that people.
Both games, that does not happen very often. The team wins both games on the road.
I think that's I think this is the second NBA Finals ever. I think I saw the stat right. Second NBA Finals ever where the first 3 games are won by the road teams.
Which is remarkable, because the NBA Finals have been around a long time. To only have 3 of those in history, it tells you how rare that is. But this, it's turning into the series that I hoped it would be on the outset. And I didn't have the thought too well that this series is over. You knew you were going to get this is our last gasp effort from San Antonio, and you were going to get a great game from Wemby, because it's just kind of who he is. It's in his DNA. He was outstanding last night. And just like that, you wake up and you got yourselves a series. And I felt like at the start we were going 7, and nothing has changed in my mind. This thing's locked and loaded for a long time to come.
I haven't looked at all of the shooting splits and percentage breakdowns. It truly is. It truly is I can't tell you who I think the better team in the series is. I really feel like it's a 50-50 thing, because for what you mentioned, you can make the argument for the Spurs. I think even in both games. I know the first game, I think, ended up being a 10-point deficit.
They ended up pulling away in the last minute. Yeah.
I mean, going into that last couple minutes there, though, that's a tight ball game. And, oh, my God, the Spurs are they going to lose it? Oh, they lost the game.
Right. Game
2, same thing. They had the shot to win the game. And then game 3, as poorly as some of these guys played for the Knicks, they had no bench. To be as close as they were, I mean, San Antonio, you give them credit for holding them off. Like, I really can't tell you there's one side or the other. This is a 50-50 split in 3 games of a finals, where that's kind of what last year's was. I think that was the beauty of last year's. This one's just more star-packed, right? It's Brunson, it's the Knicks, it's Wemby, it's the Spurs, like it's the new face of the league. You got a
legacy franchise and a major media market going head-to-head.
Yes, a title drought, major media market head-to-head. It makes it interesting. I thought a couple things stood out to me, because series, I think at this point, the adjustment stuff starts to kind of fade, and it just boils down to who's going to execute and hit shots.
We know what you want to do. You know what we want to do. Can you make a shot?
I thought Castle and company were really good pressing up harder on their guards, Brunson in particular, of like, how many possessions did the Knicks have for you where you watched him dribble, he hadn't made a pass, and you're looking down and you go, oh my God, there's 9 seconds left on the shot clock.
And they've done nothing and haven't even gotten into
Haven't gotten any actions. He hasn't even passed the ball. He's doing this shifty stuff to get a shot or get a look to somebody else. I thought that stood out. And then Wemby. I mean, we had Minix on yesterday, and he talked about the most disappointing thing is Wemby.
Yeah.
And he's like, I know some of his numbers are fine. He's not been the player we need him to be. And the boneheaded plays at the end of game 2.
Dribbling off your foot.
Passing against a back of a teammate.
Right.
But he's like, it's Wemby. And I thought Wemby, from the very beginning, made it abundantly clear. I'm getting shots at the rim. I'm dunking the ball. I'm getting easy putbacks.
4 for 4. What did he start? All inside the paint?
All inside the paint. Now, he shot only 4 threes. He hit 50% of them, to his credit. But
that's the way his game should look. Don't take 7, 8, 9 of them a game.
Well, I also thought defensively, they didn't just keep everything. They didn't do it a lot, but they shifted in and out of a little bit of zone there. And then I thought Wemby's impact defensively, there was about 6 to 7 possessions that I counted, and there might have been more, where I just thought guys were going to go up, and then Wemby is in their stratosphere.
He's the presence, and you bail.
They had a couple steal possessions where they were on breaks, and because Wemby caught up, like Hart dribbled out of the paint and was like, all right, well, we're setting this up. Went from a 2-on-1 to a 2-on-2 with that guy.
Right.
No, thank you. And so his impact, I thought he was fantastic. I mean, that's a finals MVP performance right there. 32 points, 18 shots. Got to the line. He made an impact in the rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks category. It's all you can ask.
I mean, it's the thing that I think wears on you, I would imagine, mentally, as the series goes on, the more you see him, because you only see him once or twice during the regular season. Like, how many times they play?
They uniquely saw them 3 times because
of the Cup game, which is more than you usually get in East and West. But still, it's different now. You've played him 3 times in a week, and I think that awareness and understanding of his presence builds as the series goes on. You saw that from OKC. I mean, SGA is a back-to-back MVP and as good as you could get scoring the ball in the NBA.
Yep.
And he had moments late in the Western Conference Finals where he's dribbling into the paint and just bailing, just turning around and going back out to the three-point line because he's seen it and his shot's been blocked. And so if it's happened to you a number of times, if you've seen him, make an impact on somebody else, it just creeps into your psyche, whether you want it to or not. And it takes away just an element of your aggressiveness that changes the way you're going to operate on the offensive end. And it's part of what makes him so elite, that the box score is always going to look great, but then you add on top of that, there's things that happen in the game that don't even show up on the box score that means he's playing better than it would even indicate when you just look at the lines and the stats that he puts out.
It was a remarkable Game 3. I'm so excited. Did you see Wemby in the Central Park painting a statue?
I did see that. Yes, I did.
Swag, did you see that? They caught Wemby. He was sitting in the park. I think Harper was with him, and maybe a girlfriend or a sister or something was sitting. They were on a park bench.
I missed this.
So all 7'6" of Wemby in the shortest shorts ever. So he looks like 60s Kareem.
Yes.
Gotcha.
He's sitting in the park, and he's drawing a statue that he's looking at in the park. Like
somebody had a great joke.
Harper's on his phone, not doing anything. And Wemby,
could that be more French?
No, it's about as French. If he had a baguette next to him, maybe, I don't know, what a food item.
Wearing a beret?
A beret on top of it. Somebody said the walkable parks in New York are to Wemby what the strip clubs in Atlanta are to Harden. And I laughed out loud when
not
I read
a distraction, though.
No,
being a benefit.
he certainly was able to overcome it, but you got to be careful with those walkable parks in New York. They could get to Wemby.
I think the difference is just the fresh air versus, like, did I lose 100 in that G-string?
Right.
Damn it.
It was, wait till he's going to be walking around Central Park playing chess. He's going to miss the start of Game 4. He's going to get distracted.
I find him I know you're against this. I find him almost impossible to hate. I really do. I know he probably is going to dominate our conference forever.
The shove of old Brunson in the neck last night.
It's dirty, but he laughs at Brunson when Brunson has a problem. He doesn't care about he will not dab you up. He's like, F you, I want to win. He's passionate. I love he's got a reading program developed in San Antonio. I love everything the dude's about.
Kids don't need to read. Let them play video games, all right? They'll be okay.
Did you see
Don't educate our youth, Wemby. How dare you?
Final thing, and you're going to think this is stupid. He won't do a soda endorsement because he thinks it kills kids. So he's like, I'm not going to represent any
I'll endorse your water.
No Wemby and Sprite collab coming.
No Sprite collabs.
Let's hear from Wemby, Mike Brown, Jalen Brunson. We'll get some audio of Game 3 next. 105.1 The Fan.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, it was not the garden party Knicks fans were looking for. Victor Wembanyama with 32 points, 8 boards, 3 blocks, leading the Spurs to a 115-111 victory in Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Knicks still have a 2-1 series lead. Game 4 coming up Wednesday night back at MSG. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final ready to go in Vegas tonight. Golden Knights up 2-1 over the Hurricanes. All 3 games have been decided by a single goal. The last 2 went to overtime. Puck drops just after 5 o'clock. You'll hear it on 910 ESPN Portland. Pregame at 4:30. In the wake of the injunction granted to Texas Tech transfer quarterback Brendan Sorsby that will allow him to play this season despite gambling on his own team while at Indiana, Big Ten officials are meeting, and there is momentum to issue a league-wide mandate to schools not to schedule the Red Raiders at all in any sport moving forward. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
All right, welcome back in. We got a mail sack in the final hour. Sean Hammond will join us at 8 a.m., Chicago Tribune. And coming up in the next segment, we'll get to the Sorsby stuff. I know Dirt hasn't sounded off on that.
Heck of a day for college athletics yesterday. Oh. That might be a tipping point.
We were reacting to it in real time, and so we were only going off as much information as we could get in the moment, and I thought we did a good job with it, but we've gotten more reaction, and I want to talk about that today, so we'll get to that probably in the 8 a.m. hour after we talk with Sean Hammond.
The story evolved as the day went on.
And so we'll talk about the Sorsby thing. Coming up in the next segment, would you?
Oh.
Would you? And I want to ask who on the show is the best.
Oh.
And I'll tell you why I'm asking that question. But let's get to some audio. NBA Finals Game 3. Talked about the stuff around it. Talked about the game there as some of the stars showed up big time. Castle, Wemby, Fox with a big shot late to kind of put the game away. Brunson had a lot, and then the Knicks just kind of lacking from guys like Bridges. I thought Towns was a little passive, but OG was great, and Hart was hitting his threes. Let's start on the free throw discrepancy. This was a big deal, big talking point. I got Knicks fans in my life. They admit they're biased, but they really didn't like the way the free throw thing was happening.
Yep.
Let's see. From the free throw line in total, the Spurs shot 32, the Knicks shot 22, but in the fourth quarter, if you watched, the Spurs got in the penalty with like 9 minutes to go, which is
second half
insane.
free throws were 24-8 in the second half. The majority of those coming in the fourth quarter.
Here is Mike Brown on the refereeing of Game 3.
Yeah, I talked to him. You know, they outshot us 14-3 in the third quarter from the free throw line, and I talked to him, and they said, "Well, this is a foul. This is a foul." I said, "Okay, maybe right, but." Here are examples where they fouled and it didn't get called. That's the question that I have is that's the question I had with them is, you know, you're right. Maybe we did foul, but they fouled too, and it's like I said, if they do this in Game 4 where it's 24-8 in the second half, it's going to be tough for us to win now. There again, I don't want, and it's going to be that because I said it, the story is going to be that, but there are some controllables that we did not do a good job of doing.
So I know people don't like to hear the coach talk about the free throw difference when they lose, and I actually do think that the Spurs got a little bit more of the benefit of the whistle. I don't think that the free throw thing is... I'm not saying that was rigged. I'm not going to that stage. I thought it was really odd how some of the things are called and other things aren't. And I'll say this. I've watched a lot of basketball. This series is as physical a series as I've seen maybe since late 80s type stuff.
Agree with that.
You are like they had a moment in the fourth. Wemby and Towns were Towns is guarding Wemby. And they even noted on the broadcast, they were like openly shoving each other with one arm, and like they're literally pushing each other back and forth.
And nobody's calling
And
a
Breen's
foul.
like, whoa, Towns and Wemby are kind of going back and forth, and there's no calls. And I feel like so much of these games, this is one of the more physical NBA finals I've ever watched.
Yes.
This is like...
I love it. It's been enjoyable for that reason.
When you watch the 98 finals... and you see some of the Rodman Malone antics. It kind of reminds me of that, but it's like the whole series. Yeah. It's not just two players getting into it. It just feels Castle had some shots he hit, and I'm like, dude, how is that not a foul? Brunson's driving the lane, and I'm just, how is that not a foul? And it's just like, I think part of the problem with that is, one, it takes some play away, but two, it becomes incredibly hard to officiate a game if you allow so much physicality.
Once you lose it, it's hard to bring back in.
Well, how do you tell then at what physicality is allowed and what physicality isn't? I'm not saying that's why the Knicks lost the game.
Right.
It's a part of the story. The Spurs outplayed them. I mean, to their credit, and their defense was great. 22 in the first, 20 in the fourth. But when you allow so much physicality, it's got to be an incredibly difficult thing as a ref if you're going to do that, to try to then dictate and determine, well, that's too much of it. It's like, how? How are you determining that the last possession wasn't, but this one is? I find this series, they're letting them play in a way that I have not seen in a very, very long time.
Look, very smart of Mike Brown to come out after the game and try and work the officials. That's what a good head coach does. Does it impact Game 4? Does it sway the whistle in one direction or the other? We'll have to wait and find out on that front. And there's been no better example of that over the years than Greg Popovich and the way he used to run the Spurs and how he used to work the officials, especially during timeouts. And you'd come out of it and he'd yell at them and yell at them and yell at them. And we'd all look at him and say, oh, God, there he goes complaining again. And then what would they get the rest of the game? They'd get the benefit of the whistle. And so working the officials, on Brown's point, is smart. Even if it becomes a bit of a storyline, who cares? You got to get the message out there. And I'm sure, like, this isn't just a one-game thing from New York's vantage point. In Game 1 of the series, yes, they won the game. In that game, they were outshot 25-18 from the free throw line. Okay, not a huge discrepancy, but San Antonio shot more free throws. Game 2, yes, they won the game. They were also outshot from the free throw line 27-21, so it's a difference of 6. And then last night, at the end of the game, it doesn't seem as bad, but they end up out shooting them by 10 free throws in the game, and there's a massive discrepancy in the second half of the game.
Yeah, some intentional fouls there at the end to try to get breaks.
Let's also add a bit of this is the fact that technical fouls were called one way, rightfully so, and missed the other way, and that's a part of the complaint here. You had the Cornette-Hart dust-up, where I also agreed with the call. It felt like Cornette wasn't going to do that on purpose.
Cornette didn't mean to do that.
He didn't mean to do that. Hart gets up.
I thought Hart flopped a little bit to try to
and he shoves him a little bit. So, I have no problem with that. That should be a technical foul. You know what else should be a technical foul? Victor Wembanyama shoving the smallest player on the floor in the back of the neck. I mean, how is that not a flagrant one?
That's a borderline flagrant, too,
just
if we're going
everything
by the rules.
else officiating be damned. Just by looking at that, how is that's the whole point of what Mike Brown is bringing up? And so you're right that there were fouls late in the game. The technical fouls hurt the discrepancy as well. His whole argument is it didn't go both ways. That you miss clear, blatant stuff like that impacted the course of the game and the amount of fouls on Wemby. That reaction, Brunson couldn't do anything in return because he already had a foul on him. And so if he gets up and shoves him, now he ends up with the flagrant or he gets a second foul called on him, and you got to sit him down early in the game. And so there's clearly been a one-sided nature to the officiating, and I think you hit the nail on the head. The issue that I have with it, we do this in football as well. You let him play, and then in the fourth quarter, here's a PI call. And you're like, dude, they've been doing that all game.
Right.
Why is it now? You let them play all game, and then somehow the Spurs end up in the penalty 90 seconds into the fourth quarter. Every 10 seconds at the start of the fourth, there was a whistle. Foul.
It was a very slow
and you're
fourth
just,
quarter.
what are we? Okay, now, and then the Spurs are just shooting free throws the rest of the game, living from the free throw line. And so there's a frustration there from New York side, and I'm glad that Brown at least brought it up because they've missed some calls, and the most blatant is Wemby shoving Brunson in the back of the head.
Here is Brunson asked about the Wemby altercation.
Jalen, what happened between you and Victor in the first quarter, and did their level of physicality bother you?
No, to answer your second question. And whatever you saw is what you saw.
Good answer.
Not going to give anything.
Good answer.
Here is Wemby on the Spurs' fourth quarter poised to win Game 3.
Wemby, you've had 3 now close fourth quarters. What would you think was the biggest difference in you guys actually getting the win today? And do you feel it was more physical, mental, or execution? Or all of them?
I guess a little bit of all. Most importantly, it feels like it's communication.
In what way?
Knowing our coverages, knowing that's on defense, knowing our plays on offense, being there early and letting our teammates know what to do if we see things.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the Knicks chemistry and how good it is. They have the same stuff.
Yes.
They just haven't executed in the pivotal moments, whereas the Knicks have. They missed a shot. The series could be tied 1-1. It could be Spurs 2-1 right now. So
Wemby hits the last second shot. You got a series lead right now. Going
exactly.
Into Game 4.
I mean, that's the good thing if you're San Antonio is who wins the series, who knows, but you have to be sitting in a pretty positive spot despite being down still in the series of maybe they learn from those first two games. Maybe the Spurs become a wagon now and they win 4 straight. I have no clue. Maybe it's back and forth. Maybe the Knicks win game 4. But
we saw Milwaukee and Giannis do that years ago, lose the first 2.
Yes.
Now, granted, they were on the road, not at home, but they won 4 in a row.
The Rockets in 95 are still the only team in league history to win their first 2 road games and then win game 3 at home.
Ah,
yeah,
interesting.
That's a fun little fact.
That is, they swept that series, right? Didn't they sweep Orlando?
Yeah, they ended up sweeping Orlando.
Yeah. Somebody brought up that point, and it didn't age well, but I saw that argument of Orlando was the example of this young team with this superstar center in 95, and remember who they beat to get there, to get to the NBA Finals, was the Bulls in the conference finals, and it was this like slaying of the dragon.
Everybody thought, here we go,
oh my
Shaq
God,
and Penny.
We beat the Bulls, and then you get to the NBA Finals, and you kind of you blow a big lead in game 1, you lay a bit of an egg. Now, it didn't age well because the Spurs won last night, and for all we know, they go on to win the series, but I did see that argument made, and I thought that's interesting. Like, OKC was this team on top of the pedestal, and you got through it, and then you didn't play quite to the level so far in the NBA Finals.
I thought Chuck made a really good point because after it might have been halftime of game 2 or it was after game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Shaq went at Wemby, and he's like, you're the best player. You got to be good. You got to dominate. And Chuck's like, Shaq, you literally got swept in a finals when you were in your young 20s in Orlando, and you got beat by the better center player of Akeem.
Yes, at the time in his career, there's no doubt who was the better player.
That's the thing with Wemby is like, if you want to criticize Wemby when he doesn't play well, I'm totally cool with that. It's the way the league goes. But I love like guys like that. Yeah, you got to be better. You can't be losing. Like, dude, you literally lost. We watched
swept.
you lose in the finals.
You got swept in the
You
NBA
were too
finals.
young. You weren't ready. Nick Anderson missed 4 straight free throws. Like, we watched you go through it too.
I remember it vividly.
Everybody in league history has gone through this.
Right.
Except Tim Duncan. It's unfair.
And now
Tim
Wemby
Duncan
is probably the same.
I mean, yeah. Or
don't let it happen.
Or
that's the biggest reason why I want the Knicks to win.
You just don't want them to win it
I
yet.
know the Spurs have titles in their hip pocket.
It feels
and they're
like it,
counting on them.
doesn't
We
it?
know they're going to win some. The Knicks might, but it's not a guarantee because we don't know what happens in the East. Hold on, New York. Don't let me down.
All right, we'll pause stuff on the NBA Finals. We'll move on from that. We'll get to Brendan Sorsby coming up in the third hour. We got Sean Hammond's going to join us, Chicago Tribune, at 8 to get the latest on the Bears stadium situation. Their government and the team are fighting. We're kind of dealing with something similar right here. But coming up next, who on the show would you say would be the best mascot? Because locally, we have an opportunity. Let's talk about that next on The Fan. All right, we will talk with Sean Hammond in Chicago because the Bears might be relocating for a new stadium in Indiana.
The Indiana Bears coming to a town near you.
I mean, look, you noted this before. Other teams don't play close to the cities they're listed. Like, I was just at the Niner game. Santa Clara is a 40 to 45-minute drive to San Francisco.
It's the equivalent of the Blazers playing in Salem.
Yes. The unique thing of Chicago and Indiana is how close they are.
Yeah.
And so while it's not different than other teams relocating outside of the city limits, it's an odd look, I think, when it's always in a different state.
Yes.
It's a weird vibe that way. People will still go to the games.
Yeah,
but
I mean, the alternative of the Blazers moving to just north of Vancouver.
Like Ridgefield.
Moving to Ridgefield.
If we were the Ridgefield
right.
Blazers, but they're still calling us the Portland Trail Blazers.
You're out of the state. It's a little bit different. And I thought Greenberg brought up a good point, Mike Greenberg, because he grew up a diehard Jets fan, and they used to play at Shea Stadium years ago. And he said when they move, like, you're always a fan. But
they went to Jersey.
It's never the same.
No.
It's never, because it's in the heart of the town that you grow up in, and you're rooting for them in, and now it's out of the state. And you still watch, you still go to games, but it's never the same as it was before.
Well, I just want to get the intel in Chicago of how this is really going between the legislators and the team. It's not obviously going well because they might be on their way to Indiana, but can Chicago come in and save things? Can they figure this out?
Yeah.
They balanced their budget. They were celebrating that last week.
Chicago did, or Illinois did?
Illinois did,
Look at
yeah.
Illinois.
What's
well
the
done.
governor over there? Is it
Pritzker?
He was doing a press conference, and they balanced their budgets or whatever, but
hey, good for them.
I'm kind of curious, and we're kind of going through the city and the Dundon stuff, so it's maybe a look at a different perspective on a similar thing. Which one of us on this program would be the best sports mascot? The reason I asked this question, Andy Johnson, is because
Who's hiring? Who's
the
looking?
Portland Fire are currently looking for a part-time mascot that pays
what's the pay?
$100 to $130 an hour.
Okay, how many hours do I get on a game night? Does it say?
It has to be 4.
At least, right? You
got
got to
to
be there pregame.
early.
You got to be there.
You're probably leaving
the
shortly
game
after.
itself
I'd say
takes
4.
2.5 hours,
Let's guess
right?
4.
4.
And let's say it's your first time doing a mascot gig, so you're getting the minimum. You want $400 a game.
$400 a game, and they play 20-something home games, right? And I'm imagining you're getting every home game. You want a mascot there.
Is it 18? How many games in
I
a
think
row?
18
44 this season, so 22, I think.
Yeah, 22.
Is it split evenly? They don't have like a stupid Vegas
I think
Cup
they
thing?
try to split it evenly. If they don't, it's one game difference.
So obviously you wouldn't get the full amount because they've already played home games. But
Let's say 15 games left.
15 games left. Okay, I'll do 15. So if you were to get the job right
call it
now, call it 4. I mean, we should be able to do it. $6,000.
And then you got to account for taxes. You're
Gotta count
probably
for
a
taxes.
1099 independent contractor.
Oh, without a doubt, they're going to make you take that
your
out
tax
after the
rate's gonna be
fact.
terrible
We're going to
for
pay you in
that.
full, and you're going to have to pay these in the back
Yeah.
end. Have fun with that. I've had those before.
Would you be a good mascot?
I think I'd be a really bad mascot. I think I'm okay to admit that. I think I'd be a really bad mascot. I'm not a good enough dancer, and I would question my
How
energy.
much dancing is the mascot?
I feel like
doing?
there's a lot. I feel like dancing is a lot of it. Like you got to be able to bounce around and move and dance a little bit.
I feel like if they have the big belly, they're doing the
See, I could do those. What kind of
The
mascot
Philly
are we
Fanatic
talking?
Philly
move?
Fanatic.
I could do the
But
fanatic one. I could do that move.
Yeah.
But anything more than that, I'm not a good dancer. I'm
But their
not.
dance moves are just like.
Dun, dun,
Well, yeah, you have
dun,
limited mobility in that costume.
Well,
What
it
are we
depends what
talking to?
costume.
What's the mascot? Do
It
we know?
might be the Dalmatian. Maybe they're bringing that
Spot,
back.
they're bringing Spot back.
And that's more of a close to your body mascot.
Why don't we get
outfit.
a real dog? Why don't we do like the SEC football thing? Get a real Dalmatian running around.
Why don't we get here we
get
go.
a fire hydrant near the opponent bench and he goes and pees on it?
Do you need? Let me ask you.
I just
this.
trademarked that. Call me, fire. I'm built with ideas.
Unless you love watching the guy do the trampoline dunk, which you certainly could say, yeah, dude, that's awesome. I love seeing the flip dunk.
Right.
Aren't we better served to just hire the hottest shirtless firefighter possible with the Dalmatian dog that's real?
Yeah.
Like a firefighter calendar cover guy.
Yeah,
cover
dude.
boy.
Where's our
with the-
fireman Ed?
Well, like if you
So
play
he
this
just
out,
wears the
fireman.
suspenders,
Suspenders.
the pants, and the boots.
Yeah.
He's got to have the helmet.
The helmet.
The suspenders will cover the nipples.
Yep.
I don't know if you're not allowed to show male
He's got to be
nipples
super fake
for the younger
tan,
audience. Yeah.
super cut.
Yeah.
And then we've got the real Spot dog that's going around. And which boy do you want to pet?
What would be
Who's being a good boy today?
Oh, now we're talking.
Fireman Ed or Spot?
We read Where's Spot quite often in our household. I'm familiar with that.
Now,
book.
not all the Fire fans are gonna like.
You like
Fireman
one
Ed,
or the other, though.
but they might like Fireman Sally.
Well, that's fine, but you got the dog if you're not into the guy.
Well, I'm just saying.
Who
like,
doesn't love a dog?
Yeah, right. Who
We all
doesn't
love
it?
we
If you
all
don't
love
like
dogs.
a dog,
You got issues.
I
That's
don't
on
trust you.
If you were to get an actual live dog mascot, think like the popularity level of that dog in this
Yes.
city would be so much greater than some random dude wearing a Dalmatian costume. You could take that dog places. People would want to go meet that dog.
yeah, it'd be
like that
great.
dog would be one of the biggest celebrities.
Put it in a Carla Late jersey, like a dog
Yes.
jersey for it.
Teach it some Air Bud tricks where
Oh.
it's like nosing the ball into a little mini hoop on the court.
We have a player whose last name is Barker.
We do. We have a Barker on our team.
Sarah Ashley
Sarah
Barker.
Ashley
We have a
Barker.
Barker?
Yeah, she's one of our
Yeah.
better players.
No, it's perfect. The Barker's wearing the Barker.
Oh, the Barker's wearing the Barker.
To answer your original question, though, I'd probably vote you. I think you would be my vote.
Why me? I was gonna vote him.
You think Swag? What's your argument for Swag?
Swag is the guy for $400 extra
He
that
would go
might
all
be
out?
willing to break his neck. He already does 15 jobs, so clearly he'll whore himself out for money.
One more will not hurt.
One more gig,
No.
and they're like, "We need you to jump off the trampoline and Vince Carter dunk it." He goes, "I've never done that." They're like, "Yeah, but it's $400." He
You
goes,
figure
"You
it out.
got it.
You
I
figure
got
it
it."
out. You get a bonus
And
tonight,
then
okay?
all you hear is, Swag's been replaced.
Yeah, but do you think you'd be a good mascot, Swag?
No, because I'd talk at some point. I can't not talk for that long.
Good argument. Good point.
Can I get a picture? You got it.
Oh, damn it. You just ruined the whole gig. You can't do that. Get him back. Take him back. Changing out mascots.
I'd be a terrible mascot.
You
I don't
think
know why
you'd be a bad
Why do you think
mascot?
I would be good?
I don't know. You seem like you would have the youthful energy needed to be a good mascot.
I'm a good mascot. On
You
the
would get
timeout.
fired for doing something inappropriate when not thinking the cameras were on you. You would be a great mascot, and then you'd like grab something and make some sort of motion in the corner, and some kid would be filming with their parent's cell phone and be like, "Local
he'd
mascot
take-
caught
he'd take
humping."
his
take your head off, and you're doing something
when there
inappropriate
were
with
kids
it.
present.
You were in the tunnel. You didn't think anybody could see you, but they did see you, and they had to fire you.
What's the Kansas City Chief quarterback, Lynn? He famously was smoking a cigarette at halftime.
Oh, Len Dawson.
Len Dawson, yeah.
That would be me with my head
Smoking a
off,
heater.
smoking a joint.
Yeah.
Like you could tell I'm smoking
Been a long
fat
3/4,
joint.
kiddo. Yeah.
I got the mascot body, but I don't have the head on, and I'm sitting in a fold chair, and I'm like, what am I doing with my life?
Like Chuck E. Cheese in the hood taking a break out behind the restaurant.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Let's go fire! Dun, 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 dun,
But you know what you'd really do? The winning move there would be you rip it, you put the hat on, you exhale. Now you've hotboxed yourself.
Now you're just living the
Now
dream,
we're
baby.
just, dude, he's getting goofier.
Now
and
he's the actual
goofier.
fire mascot. He's breathing fire out of his
You
nose.
give the equipment person back
Dude, what did
Hold
you
this joint.
do in this thing,
Don't
man?
throw it out. I'm not done with it
What the
yet.
hell's the matter with you, dude? Put it out. I'll save that roach for later, okay?
I'd be good on the concourse. I'd be good in timeouts.
Yeah.
Dude, you're losing me when it's like,
I don't
we
have
need
that
you to
level of
rappel
energy to do it.
down.
Yeah.
We need you to do a trampoline
I'm not doing
flip dunk.
stunts.
How exotic
No.
do you have to get? Because not every mascot gets exotic. That's a good point. If you got to get super exotic, we're all out.
You remember when the Nuggets Rocky mascot passed out and they rappelled
Yeah.
his limp body?
Dude,
Yeah.
he's just
He was just hanging
floating in the air. I'm at the top of the arena. What do you want from me? In a mascot suit, I got 2 little beanhole eyes that I could see out of.
We thought he was Owen Harted. Like he
What
was just
happened to
dead
this guy?
being rappelled down.
They killed Rocky.
Terrible. I'm trying to see if there's any
Good luck to all the
requirements.
applicants.
Yeah, I'm trying to
minimum
see.
Do I
requirements.
need 2 years mascot experience?
You basically need somebody that was.
Dude, you're responsible
Find
for
a duck or a
scheduling-
beaver or a hop. You know,
Get
we got
this.
those.
Your responsibilities are scheduling, rehearsing, workouts, practice sessions, and any other extracurricular activities.
There's all sorts of community events you have to go to too. Like it's not just games.
So
You're
like
at,
Blazers Todd,
ribbon cuttings.
you're
and-
basically him, but you're also having to wear the outfit.
Now
Yeah.
imagine it's a hot day.
Yeah, and you got to go to Burns.
You're in Burns.
We're in a
Oregon.
Portland Fire Tour. at
that
Burns,
Blaze van.
Oregon.
Have you ever seen the Blaze van roaming around?
Oh, I've not. I mean, I've seen social media pictures of it, but I've never seen it in the wild
yeah, I
myself.
encountered it. I can't remember where I
The
was
Blaze
driving, but
van.
yeah, I was like, oh.
You have to dance, tumble, flip, dunk off the trampoline, run, jump, balance, throw T-shirts, and
I'm
be
out.
comfortable with heights.
I'm out.
And have other performance skills to
Yeah.
enhance the character, such as
for $100 a night,
sign language,
You want me to have all this for $100 a night?
juggling,
Right.
improvising, and anything else
Sorry.
basicly the team asks
No.
of you.
Hey, you know who's available? The Doug Fur. Didn't they fire that mascot? Didn't we
They
cut him?
should.
Didn't the Doug Fur get fired? Wasn't that what we were calling him? Was that his name?
Yeah, it's Doug Fur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We fired his ass, didn't we?
I believe we did.
we
yeah.
cut him. There's a mascot available for you, just like that. Boom.
I think your idea is better. It's nice to have
Get
a
an
mascot
actual
that dunks,
dog.
but get an actual dog.
You
You're
take
right.
that dog everywhere. It'd be the hero of the community.
Now, do you UGA the dog? He dies, she dies, and then we replace it with the exact same
Yeah.
breed and call it the same name?
Have
It's
to.
like spot 2,
Yeah, spot the
I think
second.
you have to spot the second, spot the third,
spot the 4th.
spot the fourth.
Gotcha.
It's got to be a Dalmatian.
Okay.
I think that's the way to go.
All right. Well, if you're interested, the Portland Fire are currently looking for their next mascot, $100 to $130 an hour. And if you have these skills to pay those bills, they need you to come try out.
Come on down.
Contact them at portlandfire.com. Actually, I don't know where you apply. I don't see it on the website.
Probably there.
But probably there. A loaded third hour. We'll dive into the Brendan Sorsby stuff, but we kick it off with Sean Hammond in Chicago Tribune. They're going through a stadium debate with local government. We are too. Let's talk with Sean Hammond, who covers the Bears for the Trib. Hour 3 on The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshome.services.com.
My understanding is there'd be 3 different filings, and each of those would be spaced out by 45 or 60 days, whatever the rules are in Texas court, that would push a potential hearing well into the fall.
There's Pete Thamel on Brendan Sorsby and the granted temporary injunction. Sounds like the appeals process, unless somebody steps in and saves this, isn't going to happen in time, and he is going to play. But we'll talk about that in the third hour.
I mean, it's just the legal process takes forever to play out. A really dark day for college athletics yesterday, and we'll see. I mean, you always wonder where the tipping point's going to come from for the appropriate action that's needed. Maybe this ends up being the case with conferences and teams saying we're no longer going to play them.
Who's stinking it up? The ruling by the judge in the Brendan Sorsby case, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. The slow drain you've been meaning to deal with. Call Three Mountains Home Services today, and they'll clear your stubborn drain with an accessible clean-out for only $59. Plus, at the same time, provide a free estimate for a mainline replacement. Easy to schedule the appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com today. Hey, everybody.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Spurs are back in the NBA Finals, winning on the road, 115-111. Victor Wembanyama played the entire fourth quarter, finished with 32 points, 8 boards, and 3 blocks. Knicks still lead 2-1 with Game 4 Wednesday night back at Madison Square Garden. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight in Vegas. The Golden Knights have a 2-1 lead over the Hurricanes. All 3 games decided by a single goal. Puck drops just after 5 o'clock. You can hear it over on 910 ESPN Portland with pregame beginning at 4:30. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Hope your Tuesdays are off to a good start. Mine's off to a better start than it was yesterday. Although the wife
better than your wife's.
Yeah, she just called during the break. Still dealing with it. We're battling through. But, food poisoning will hit all of us from time to time. Lots to get to. We'll get to the mail sack coming up in the final hour of the show. Let's go, though, to Chicago, or should I say Indiana. What's the latest? Are the Bears on the move to a different state? And the man with the last name of the town they might be moving to. I'm wondering if there's a conflict of interest here. Sean Hammond joining us now, Chicago beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune, at Sean_Hammond on Twitter. You can go give him a follow there. Sean, good morning to you, man. We've been following this story, obviously, from afar. We're in tune with it because the Blazers are dealing with a arena renovation and how's this going to look? And, city officials saying, do we want to spend this? And are we helping billionaires out? And so for those who have not kind of dove into it, where are we at? Are the Bears officially moving to Indiana? Is it still up in the air? Where are we at in this entire process?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys having me on and talking, some Bears Stadium. And like you said, I got the last name Hammond. I like to say it's good for SEO. People Googling Bears Hammond, that's only going to be good for me, right?
Absolutely.
The Bears put out a statement on Friday. They said that their board of directors voted and they are now focused solely on Northwest Indiana, specifically on Hammond. They also, in that statement, said that they haven't narrowed down an exact location. So this is far from over. I think this is sort of the Bears' way of saying, hey, we're serious. We really will move to Indiana, because that's been kind of a thing that's been talked about the last 6 months. The Bears first acknowledged that they were considering Indiana back in December. And I think a lot of people said, yeah, right, you're not going to do that. And the state legislature was unable to get anything done in Illinois before their session ran out last week. And so now the Bears are, I think this was their way of saying, we are serious, we will do this. Now is the time to get something done in Illinois or we're going to leave.
How much money are we talking about between what the Bears are aiming for here and what the legislators are saying they refuse to pay? Like, what financially does this look like?
Yeah, so in Illinois, the Bears, what really the haggling has been about is the tax value of their land in Arlington Heights. They already bought this 300-acre land in Arlington Heights in the northwest suburbs of Chicago. It's really, geographically speaking, I think it's pretty ideal for both the Bears, who train up in the north suburbs, their players and coaches all live up in the north suburbs, and also their season ticket holder base. That's generally a little bit wealthier area of Chicagoland. And so I think geographically speaking, that is the ideal place. If you're going to leave the city of Chicago, that's an ideal place to build your stadium. And so they bought this land several years ago now, and they've been haggling. They were haggling with the local governing bodies over what the property tax value of that is. How much are we going to be paying in taxes every single year? And they tore down the racetrack that was there pretty quickly right after they closed on the deal in order to say, oh, it's just vacant land, and try to get that tax down a little bit more. And so now, as they're looking towards building a stadium, they've been trying to figure out how could they get, they don't want to build a stadium and then the taxes go up astronomically, 10 years down the road. At least from the Bears' perspective, that's not what they want. They've been using the term tax certainty. They want to know what their tax bill is going to be, or relatively close to what it's going to be into the future. And the state of Illinois, there was a proposed, they call it a mega projects bill that would apply to the Bears Stadium, but also it would apply to any really, really big company that wants to build whatever, if you're talking Amazon or whatever the case may be. And that would have brought them some of that tax certainty that they're looking for. But at the same time, you're looking for legislators in Springfield, state legislators, to get something done that would allow you to leave the city of Chicago. And now a big, big portion of those legislators represent the city of Chicago. And so that's kind of where the conflict comes in.
Interesting. We're talking with Sean Hammond of the Chicago Tribune, covering the Bears, Chicago beat reporter at Sean_Hammond on Twitter. I'm curious to ask you where the fans are at on all of this. Like, I know this has been bubbling under the scenes. You mentioned, how long ago they bought the site and outside of Chicago, the rumors of them moving to Indiana. Like, are they just indifferent to it at this point because it's been going on for so long? Are there fans who are threatening to, quit their fandom if they move to Indiana? It's hard to, boil it all down to one. But if you're just kind of ballparking, where's the general Bear fan at right now on this story?
Well, there's definitely certain aspects of this story that people are tired of. I mentioned the Bears put out this statement on Friday. I can't tell you how many statements the Bears have put out over the last 5 to 6 years. Every time there's a new statement from the Bears, I think that's getting a lot of eye rolls, because they say, we're focused here, we're focused there, and then it just changes in 6 months. And so it's, none of these, you got to take these statements with a grain of salt, and I think Bears fans are definitely doing that. I think by and large, I hear from a lot of people who want them to remain in the city of Chicago because, and you just look at the playoff games at Soldier Field last year on the lakefront. That is a cool atmosphere. Right. You got the city skyline right there. I think that a lot of fans would like them to stay there. Now, it is a difficult place to get to. Whether you're driving or trying to take public transportation. But that's kind of run its course. They tried to get something done to build a dome stadium in the city. That didn't go very far. And so then, they turned their focus back to Arlington Heights, and that's been the focus for a while. And now you got Northwest Indiana. I think there's a section of Bears fans that doesn't care either way. They're going to watch the game on Sunday no matter where it's at. There's certainly a section of Bears fans who say, okay, well, Hammond, Indiana is, a few hundred feet from the state of Illinois. It borders Illinois. It's wherever they put the stadium, it's less than a mile over the border. Is it that big of a deal? Probably not. And then, there's I think a lot of fans who are still sort of in disbelief that they would go to Indiana, regardless of how close it is to the city of Chicago.
How do you think people have been feeling about the politician side of this stuff? Like, I know everybody has a viewpoint of different politics from outside looking in, but when you're in it, you kind of have a better feel of it. How are people feeling about the political side of this?
I think that there's a lot of people in Illinois and in Chicago who are not surprised by sort of the dysfunction that we've seen. This is nothing new in the state of Illinois. We've dealt with all sorts of crazy politicians and Rod Blagojevich and, all these different characters, and getting things done in Chicago is difficult, and getting things done in the state of Illinois, especially like I mentioned with the Bears situation. They need the Chicago vote if they're going to get something done in the state of Illinois. And it's hard to do that when you're trying to leave Chicago. And so I think that there's a lot of people who aren't surprised by how difficult this has been for the Bears. And the other thing too is like the Bears have kind of shot themselves in the foot here. Like they've never really had a clear plan. They've been not with their words and what they say publicly, but their actions tell you that they're just trying to get the best deal. They don't seem to really care one way or another where they wind up. Now, I'm sure they do care,
right?
But their actions would tell you that they're just looking for the best deal.
Yeah, it's an impossible question to answer, but I'm just curious of somebody who's followed the team and reported on it for a long time. Like, what's your best guess on where this all ends up? Do they become the Indiana Bears, or is something worked out at Arlington Heights?
I've been saying since the very beginning, since they started talking about Chicago again after already buying the land in the suburbs, I do think they wind up in Arlington Heights. Okay. I have always believed that for some of the reasons I said at the top. Like it's geographically, it's a perfect location. It's a huge plot of land. They could build all sorts of stuff around the stadium, and they want to do that. And it just makes too much sense. Now, obviously, things are developing. Things have been going in Indiana's favor. Would it surprise me if that winds up being the ultimate decision? Not entirely, but I still, even with the statement they put out on Friday, I still lean towards this is somehow something's going to get done in Illinois to keep them here, and they're going to wind up in the northwest suburbs in Arlington Heights. That's what my gut tells me.
The way you're describing the Bears sending out statements is it's making me think as a parent how many times I've said, I'm going to count to 3, 2,
3,
2 and a half,
2,
right.
Three's
exactly
next.
1 1/4.
I'll move.
1
I'm telling
2 quarters.
you. Has the NFL jumped in or felt like they need to? Because you're not describing a very. It doesn't seem like the relationship between whoever is representing the Bears, whether it's ownership, whether it's Kevin Warren. I don't know who you would say is kind of the most vocal of that group, but whoever that is, it doesn't seem like it's going well. Has the NFL felt the need to step in any way yet, or have they largely stayed out and let political leaders deal with team representatives?
Well, I know Roger Goodell was in town a couple of months ago, and he looked at both the sites in the northwest suburbs and in northwest Indiana. That might have been around when the playoff game was back in January. I forget exactly. And I know that, based on reporting from my colleague Brad Biggs at the Tribune, the NFL has been asking for updates. They had their May owners meeting. Like they've been asking for updates, and the Bears have been updating them on the plan. I think there's a little bit more urgency there in terms of, I think the NFL is kind of saying, all right, guys, let's wrap this up. It's been 6 years. Let's figure something out.
Right.
But that's really been about the extent of what we've heard from Roger Goodell or from the NFL.
Settle something for us here, Sean. So we're talking with Sean Hammond, Chicago Tribune, covering the Bears beat reporter. But the Bills just built a new stadium, and they chose to not dome their stadium up. Now, when you're in a place like Buffalo or Chicago, there's obviously the idea of weather has always impacted your games. You mentioned the playoff game, like the Rams game and the Packer game. It just was perfect. As somebody who loves outdoor football and cold weather football, it was glorious. My co-host is a believer of every stadium should have a dome. Let's not let weather impact games.
I want my quarterbacks to be elite,
He wants
Sean.
his quarterbacks to play at a high level and get at a dome. But we also know the other impact of a dome is obviously what? You can host a Super Bowl and a Final Four and concerts and, all the other stuff that comes with year-round that you can't do in Buffalo and Chicago in pockets of the year. If you were to poll Bears fans, what percentage of them would be outraged by the idea of their team playing in a dome and no longer having weather impacts on the game?
I honestly think it would be over 50%. I think people like that the Bears are outside and that the weather, you can argue whether it really plays in your favor, but it certainly affects the game one way or another. Now, those same fans that might be the ones saying they want Caleb Williams to throw for 4,000 yards. So, take what the fans say with a grain of salt. Right. I know that the Bears are, like you said, they're certainly looking at the revenue they can make all year round when there's a roof on that stadium. And I think Buffalo probably realized that was, the city of Buffalo is maybe not the same draw when you have New York right down the road. But certainly I think the fans like that the weather is a part of Chicago football. I mean, I think they think that football should be played outside, and you kind of see that when they it was the first time in a long time that the Bears were playing January football that mattered. So it was cool to see.
Yeah, those people are psychotic, and watching them breathe in 10-degree weather makes me feel so
I'm
bad
willing to
for
lose
them.
a foot if I need to,
I mean-
okay? Whatever it takes for my team out here.
There's a Chiefs fan with one less finger today because of a playoff game a few years ago. Final one for you. Do you believe in the Madden curse, and how would we grade the offseason of the Chicago Bears, who are coming in with a lot of momentum after year one under Ben Johnson?
I think the Madden curse has probably run its course. I think that's probably not too much of an issue for Caleb Williams. I don't know. We'll see. They also got the city of Chicago skyline in the background there, so maybe this is just telling us that the Bears are going to leave the city. As far as what the Bears have done, I mean, they, by and large, are bringing back the same offense other than DJ Moore. I think that the DJ Moore trade was necessary based on the production you were getting for a guy who was going to eat up $28 million of your salary cap. I mean, that's a tenth of your team right there. And he put up 600 yards last season. I just don't think that was viable long term. Now, I know that they love DJ Moore, like personality-wise and toughness and all that. You look at the defensive side, they've made some changes. They're trying to get faster. They swapped out Tremaine Edmonds, their big, lanky linebacker in the middle, for Devin Bush, who's a lot quicker. Dennis Allen, the defensive coordinator, wants to be quick on that back end. They need to get better on the defensive side. And so that's really kind of where they focused a lot of their efforts. And we'll kind of see what that looks like if they're successful in sort of bringing that defensive side along to match what they were able to do offensively last year. They didn't have a ton of cap room. I think they did what they could with what they had. And so I feel like this was a good offseason. They got some good young players, a new young center who could be their center into the future. Dylan Thieneman, first-round pick, probably going to be starting in that safety spot defensively. I think things are trending positively for the Bears. The schedule is going to be tougher, and so that's always a challenge.
Yeah, we saw Dylan Thieneman up close and personal last year. He's a hell of a player, hell of a kid. That was a great pick. At the end of the first round, Sean Hammond, at Sean_Hammond on Twitter, Chicago Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune, updating us on, are they the Indiana Bears or still the Chicago Bears? For now, still Chicago. Sean, thanks for the time in Portland, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
Absolutely. Sean Hammond of the
Good stuff from
Chicago
Sean.
Tribune. Good stuff. It just, somebody made the joke on the text line during the interview. Are we sure this guy's talking about Chicago? Are we not? Is he talking about Portland right now? It's like, yeah, dude. We're not the only, liberal city who's going through this idea of how many tax breaks are we going to give and where should the money be allocated. It is interesting to get the full, because I don't, you follow the general framework of the story, but not a lot of the details. I didn't realize how long ago they had bought the Arlington Heights area. And owning that land, and it seems like that is more reasonable than moving them to Indiana, and the indifference of the fans, where I get it, where like the story just won't go away, and you're like, can we just get a resolution, whether it's in Indiana or Chicago? Can we just stop talking about this?
Yeah, I kind of, he's far more plugged in. That's why we brought him on to kind of give us the lowdown of everything over there. We did the breaking news sounder when they did their team announcement of the Indiana stuff, and I just kind of chuckle of like, they keep sending out statements about Indiana, and it really does feel like the dad threatening to count to 3 while trying to get your kid to listen to you, and the kid's still not listening. It's 2.5.
Right.
2 3/4. And it's like, you're never going to say 3. And I think city leaders there, look, they need to get their heads out of the you-know-whats, and I think a lot of people would prefer them to just stay in Arlington, including the team. But it does kind of fall on deaf ears when you're making these threats over and over and over again of, we're going to move.
We're going to do it.
We're going to go to another state.
Don't you make us do it.
You guys don't want to.
Just do it.
You want to stay where you're at. You're going to tax you on the land, and you got to figure out some of the numbers of this stuff. But I like that his prediction is stay in Chicago.
Another angle of this, too, is reminding ourselves that in 1920, George Halas paid a $100 franchise fee to join the league.
How much money have they made as a franchise?
They did a minority stake valuation, because I think they sold a chunk of the team a year ago. I don't know what percentage, but they always do a franchise valuation when they sell those. And the franchise was valued at $8.9 billion.
That's a $10 billion team. They're in Chicago. They got a superstar quarterback right now. Like, as long as they keep winning,
$100 for the team.
That's a $10 billion franchise that they bought for $100. And even with the non-$10 billion valuation, How much money have they made owning the team?
That old, what's the old gal, George, what's her name?
Hallis's daughter.
Yeah.
I don't know, man, but
God.
they've made so much money from that franchise.
Her old butt sitting up there, pay for the damn stadium. There you go, an update out of Chicago and their stadium fiasco. They might be the Indiana Bears or maybe the Arlington Heights Bears. Let's get back into the Brendan Sorsby thing. I missed the story yesterday, but it's taken a couple of different pivots, including somebody writing something today that makes me believe in a conspiracy theory. We'll give you the latest update out of that one. That's next, 105.1 FM The Fan.
a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, they were not partying like it was 1999 after the Spurs rolled into Madison Square Garden to take Game 3 of the NBA Finals from the Knicks, 115-111. Victor Wembanyama playing the entire fourth quarter, had 32 points, 8 boards, and 3 blocks. It's now 2-1 Knicks going into Game 4 Wednesday night. Game 4, the Stanley Cup Final, ready to go in Vegas this evening. The Golden Knights up 2-1 on the Hurricanes. All 3 of those games decided by a single goal. The last 2 went to overtime to be decided. Puck drops just after 5 o'clock. You'll hear it on 910 ESPN Portland with pregame coverage beginning at 4:30. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
All right, welcome back in. Great stuff from Sean Hammond on the Bears and their situation. Don't forget, in about 32 minutes, we are going to
Mail Sack.
You get your questions in, 503-864-6326. Fire them away. We'll answer them coming up at the top of the hour. We'll get Blue Line Brandon's thoughts on Game 4, a pivotal Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final, which is tonight. So far, 6 for 6 in the Stanley Cup Final and the NBA Finals. We'll see if they can make it 7 for 7 this evening. Do we view this as a earth-shattering landmark moment that will change the way the sport is viewed in years to come, or another blip on the radar of, God, isn't this chaotic? Hey, look at that. There's a game on tonight. Let's watch it. Yesterday, I was out. Food poisoning did it to me. The wife's still dealing with it, unfortunately. But a pretty big news story hit out of the college football world that kind of evolved as the day went on. Brendan Sorsby was announced eligible via a judge in Lubbock, Texas. In shocking fashion, a judge in his own backyard said, this is going to have irreparable harm to his future ability to earn money. We can't bar him from playing in college athletics.
Yeah.
His university has stood by his side every step of the way because they desperately want their multi-million-dollar starting quarterback to play this year for their multi-million-dollar college football roster. And because of the way the court process is going to play out, the appeal by the NCAA might not even be heard until some point late in the football season or after the college football
Probably
season.
February.
Essentially meaning he is going to play. And so it's interesting. This was such a shocking yet not shocking announcement of, I'm not surprised, it's a judge in Lubbock, Texas, but also he did the Pete Rose thing and he was granted immediate eligibility to play.
Yeah.
And in any other professional sport, you're essentially banned for life for gambling on these kinds of things. Do we view it now that we've had some time, and I know there's some other angles to it and we can unpack all of it that's evolved in the last 24 hours. Do we view it more as another speed bump that college athletics has gone through, and we've gone through a million of these, or this is a turning in the fork in the road moment where it takes a different direction?
Well, I guess what I would ask is, in what direction do you think the fork is going? Like, what if you were to go right or left at the fork, are you going right or left? Like, if you think there's a direction here,
does it turn towards?
Then I would tell you to go bet in the Kalshi market, because I don't think any of the people most plugged into the sport have any idea. Here's what I think.
Do we think it leads to collective bargaining or a passing a congressional act?
You know, they will, if this bill fails,
that makes it a landmark moment.
They will just drum up another bill. They do not want collective bargaining. You mentioned Pete Rose. The difference with Pete Rose in this,
right?
Collective bargain.
You can ban him from life, and he can't file a lawsuit with a judge who likes him and have it overturned.
Look, I read a lot of stuff yesterday. I watched a little bit of stuff when I got home. Here's my big takeaway. One, what I really hate, and I don't blame, I guess, the defense for this. It's just like when like anxiety got brought up. And we were hosting when this became like a big topic. Remember Simone Biles at the Olympics was a big deal, right?
Yes, mental health stuff.
Yeah. People would like openly mock it. Oh, mental health stuff. It's weak, this generation.
Yeah.
And now I think we've gone almost the other way, where anything bad that somebody does, we lean into he's got mental health issues.
He's got a mental health problem.
Because you don't want to be the guy that be like, no, you don't. You're an addict, and you can say that's a mental health issue, but okay, come on, what are you doing here?
Right.
You're taking this too far. And so I didn't like that part of it. The other thing that I have that weirdly bothered me, the judge being in Lubbock, and having that ruling. I was shocked he got it, but also not shocked when you see that it's in Lubbock.
Right.
The angle of the judge took of like, actually, you're making some good points here. I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but you're suspended 2 games, and this is a good point. You're eligible. Not stunning, but again, still like, what? The defense, not shocking. I actually weirdly found myself getting upset because all I heard all day was how landmark this is. Landmark this, landmark that. The AD of Nebraska, the AD of another institute, Ohio State. We will not schedule any games with Texas Tech.
Georgia and Nebraska were the first 2.
And then The Athletic does an article. All the thoughts of the coaches in college football and Brendan Sorsby. And then what does it say? We talked to 12 coaches in Power 6 conferences and Power 4 conferences. None of them have the balls to put their name on these quotes.
No.
And I'm telling you, the Sorsby thing, the ruling, it's disgusting. It's a separate thing. I'm going to put it to the side here.
Okay.
Part of the biggest problem in that stupid-ass sport that we love so much is the cowards that lay there with all of these high and mighty quotes and won't put their names to it. You want to have an impact? Kirby Smart, come out, tell me how wrong this is. Dan Lanning, come out, tell me how wrong this is. Ryan Day, Steve Sarkisian wants to pop off on basket weaving, but he doesn't want to let you know publicly his thoughts on Brendan Sorsby. I hope all of these guys come out and have something to say about it. I really do. But reading an article of Big 12 coaches who are anonymously saying, oh, man, this sucks. Oh, this is terrible. Anonymous. Who are you? Put your name on it. You want to make an impact? You want to lead to change and have real conversation?
Yeah.
Put your names on it, you cowards. You know why they won't? And here's the other part I got mad about. I think this is absolutely fundamentally wrong. This kid's going to be able to play. Obviously, it's a cardinal known rule in all of sport. Don't gamble.
Yeah. Can't bet on your own team.
Don't bet unders on your own team.
Yes.
We know that. I also find it odd. College athletes that have been allowed to play in the sport, and we just shrug shoulders over the crimes they commit. And I'm not telling you, but it's a weird fundamental thing in sports where we look at gambling and we're like, highest of sins. Punching a girlfriend in a McDonald's on camera, knocking her cold out.
Acceptable.
Forgivable.
Yes.
And so
but gambling on your team is the cardinal sin.
The cowardness of coaches to not put their names on quotes condemning this. The ridiculous nature of programs saying, we will not schedule play. Okay, Georgia, you're in a playoff game. You're going to play a playoff game. And the holding up the almighty, the sin of sins while awful car stuff is going on.
Sure.
Abuse of substances has gone on. Making of academic programs has gone on. Hiding child rape. I mean, what do we need to name here? And it's like they're all lower. He gambled.
He gambled.
It's the one thing you can. It's like, but what?
What?
So, like, I found myself weirdly shocked, disgusted by it, but also the reaction of some of it. It's like all of these cowards lying in the weeds, whispering what they think, instead of standing up going, my name is Kalani Sitake. I am in the Big 12. F this team. This should not stand at all. And if they come out and say it, I'll take some of this stuff back. But it's just ridiculous, some of the fallout reaction to it.
You're 100% spot on. I've always had that weird conundrum internally where we just kind of parrot the idea that this is the cardinal sin that you can't do, when in reality there are, in a lot of rational people's minds, way worse crimes that you can actually commit. It should be pointed out, like if we're just going to take this at face value and not compare crimes, because that is a slippery slope that you can get into of what's worse than the other. There is the idea like, well, he just gambled on his team to win, and it should be pointed out there were a lot of times, many in which he gambled on the under of Indiana football while he was at Indiana. Now, you can jokingly say that's the right bet because Indiana, it was pre-Signetti, and they were one of the worst teams in the country. So it's not a bad bet.
Right.
But it wasn't like he was just gambling on moneyline Indiana every time. Like, boys, let's have some good vibes. I'm putting $20 on us to win. He was gambling like first half unders of their
terrible
games. Like, we're not going to score. I'm going to cash in on this. So this whole idea, he wasn't playing, so it wasn't like he was throwing games. It should be pointed out. A lot of people have said that. Now, I also will say, because I agree with your larger assessment that does seem to be a big issue in college athletics. You'll get these grandiose quotes and these hot takes, and nobody will put their. This has been happening in the tampering stuff. Like you get tampering, everybody's outraged by it. Then name a school, name a player. That's why what Dabo did with Golding, he was like, dude, they called him. He's in my office and you're texting him.
Yeah.
Like, good for you. Put a name with it, right? Let's call these people out. There are some that have done it. Jim Phillips, the commissioner of the ACC, came out and said it's a horrendous pattern, eroding the integrity of our process. Sonny Dykes came out with a quote, said we've lost our soul. How is anybody ever going to trust the outcome of a game again? Which, I don't know, that seems a little extreme.
Well, but that's going to be a big issue of this, of the fallout of like, anytime a team weirdly plays bad or a player plays bad.
It's brought up every time this happens.
I mean, people already jokingly say it because we've had the thing in the NBA.
Yes.
They're still dealing with some of
He
that.
threw a horrible pick. Go back and watch a Nebraska game. They opened with Nebraska when he was at Cincinnati last year. They had the ball. They were down 20-17 with a minute to go, driving to tie or take the lead. And on 1st and 10 with about 52 seconds to go, he lobbed a ball into the end zone. And
Where
it
you're
was
like,
an
why would you
easy
do that?
pick
Yeah.
when they were in field goal range. And I want to say it was on 1st and 10. And everybody's like, what? You had why would you take that risk? A field goal ties the game. And then this story comes out, and where does everybody go mentally?
How does Indiana and Cincinnati, assuming they knew about this?
This
and
is
they just
all
pass
coming
it
from
off
Cincinnati.
to Texas Tech, and like, good
well,
luck.
This,
your problem now.
This is the one conspiracy theory that is 100% correct. This kid signed a contract with Cincinnati, flaked out on the deal.
Yeah,
he
they
did
were pressing him on it.
The Damon Williams thing where he decided to not pay the buyout. So he comes out and says, no, I'm leaving. So they're filing a lawsuit against him to get the money back in the contract. That's already going on. Cincinnati absolutely knew about this and floated this out there because he turned his back on him and left his contract and was refusing to pay back the details. But you had the AD at Florida come out and compare it to the Black Sox scandal of 1919. So there's a few.
You had
of them.
ADs, you had names, but like
I'm
talking
with you
about
on a
the
larger
movers
issue.
and shakers of the sport.
Scott Strickland's name does not ring the same as Ryan Day or Dan Lanning. And I love your point on Georgia refusing to play him when they get like, dude, you got your own issues in your own.
Why don't you stay?
Let's not glass house this thing here. Okay, let's take away the driver's license of your players, and then maybe we can criticize somebody else for their wrongdoings off the field.
Yeah.
There is one gross element of this that I want to get to on the other side, because I think Suk brought this up on social media yesterday. He probably did on the show as well. There is somebody that has become a very featured voice in this entire debate, that it seems like there's a very opportunistic angle of this.
Oh, he's formed the legislation.
Yes,
I
and they're
mean,
defending this knowing the reaction that it will cause and the hopeful outcome that it will cause. So I'll explain that a little bit more in detail. Some more thoughts on the Sorsby situation coming up. We'll get to the mail sack at the top of the hour. Back after this. 105.1 FM The Fan. Millsack coming up top of the hour. A funny twist on this story. The appeal that is going to happen in the 7th Circuit Court in Texas, I believe is where it's heading. All 4 judges on that court are Texas Tech grads.
Did we find out if anybody donated to yesterday's ruling judge?
Yeah,
because the guy before him had to recuse himself he
was in photos doing the guns up Texas Tech salute, dude, with the mascot, like a booster event.
Look, I know there's far more that it takes than just some voices. This, to me, summed up why they are in the situation they are with this legislation, government help. They just refuse to hold each other accountable. And I also found the other side of it gross. Cody Campbell, Joey McGuire, who I jokingly had fun with when you were out about
the Texas thing, the scheduling in Texas.
I loved it. Yeah, well, his comment, I think he's gone through enough. What?
You think he's gone through enough because you need a starting quarterback for your team next year?
Yes, you want to win
the
national
championship. You don't know how good your backup is going to be off his ACL injury, and it's very to your point. I'm going to get to Cody Campbell in a second. You brought up the point of the anonymous quotes. How about this one taking the crown? This is an anonymous Big 12 coach.
Yeah, I probably read this one too.
Quote: "If this is the precedent, then I owe it to my players to bring in people from Las Vegas to teach us how to gamble. Then collectively, we need to decide which games we will play hard in to cover the spread and which ones we won't. I'm supposed to do what's best for my players, and if that's the case, they'd be able to make a lot of money betting on our games. That's the precedent for me." It's a hell of a quote. It's anonymous.
What if that's Rich Rod?
Rich Rodriguez saying...
What if that was just Rich Rod
saying
I
guess you're just telling me I need to bring a bookie in from Vegas to tell me which lines we can make the most money on. And, hey, guys, let's go give it our all today to make sure we cover 21.5. And if we do, we'll all get rich off of it because you can't punish us for gambling on our team.
This is not coaches' faults or problems who aren't involved in the situation. I also find it odd that coaches will loudly speak up and give their opinions on state of sport. Should you have a second recruiting window? Which recruiting window should you get rid of?
Right. When should
we play bowl games? Yeah. Well, I'll give you my take. These issues pop up. Yeah, I think this is awful. Don't sign my name to it. Why?
Why? What do you got to lose?
Are you afraid you're going to have somebody get caught gambling and then you're going to want them to play? It's that is what I hate. I also know that somehow somebody did it. I didn't think anybody would be able to make Lane Kiffin not the most hated person in college football.
Is Cody Campbell that for you?
It's Texas Tech and Cody Campbell.
Joint.
Even Sark's comments. I forgive you, Steve. Steve, you're okay.
I take it all back,
Go do
Steve.
it with Arch. Be good. Lane, good luck at LSU, man. I know you ditched your team, but I hate that fundamentally. Texas Tech is the most hated program in college sports, and I think they're leaning into it.
That certainly was the case in softball. It's been the case for a bit in football, and that is the angle of this that is just really dirty because you have on the one hand them coming out and doing everything they can to defend Sorsby and back him. In his case, you mentioned McGuire in the quotes about he's gone through enough and it's been enough suffering. Cody Campbell defending him at every angle. And then the second that this ruling happens, after publicly backing him and wanting him to play, turning around and acting as if, see how broken this system is? Do you see how screwed up this is why we need help? Literally today. So the ruling comes down yesterday morning, right in the middle of the show when you guys were on. Comes out, everybody's reacting to it all day. Less than 24 hours, we have a long op-ed piece in the USA Today by Cody Campbell. The whole premise of it being federal antitrust protection is the only working path towards saving college sports.
To give the NCAA unlimited power.
He is one of the main voices behind the Protect College Sports Act, and we don't need to get into debating that again. The ruling yesterday is one of the reasons where it's like, all right, there's worse outcomes than this. I would like to have some framework of rules while not defending everything that's in the bill,
right?
Because not all of it is perfect, and I grant you that completely. It just makes this look like a gross conspiracy. To have we got this guy who gambled on his own team. He broke we can joke about it, the cardinal sin in sports that you shouldn't be able to do. We're going to defend his ability to play. We're going to take it to court. We're going to give him the lawyers and all the backing that he needs with all of our money and all of our power. We're going to get a judge who's going to rule on our side. And then in the aftermath of that, not only are we going to capitalize on our quarterback being available to play next year, we're also going to capitalize on the headlines that it will create and the drama that it will create to drum up support for the bill by saying, see, this is why college athletics is broken. When in reality, if you think this is a reason college athletics is broken, you know what you could have done? said, hey, Sorsby, sorry, man, you broke the one rule you can't break in athletics, and we can't defend you, and you're no longer a Red Raider. We're going to move on from you. You gambled on your own team, and you gambled on your own team in cases to not score points, essentially gambling against your own team.
Yeah.
We can't back you. We can't defend you. This is too gross for us. Will Hammond is our starting quarterback next year. Thanks, but no thanks. If you want to go back to Cincinnati and try there, you can. They defend him and then turn around and call the entire process broken
and tell you
when the defense of him is proven correct and upheld by a judge. It just is the grossest.
Because they want the legislation.
They want the
power back.
To have an op-ed the day after, we already knew how opportunistic all of this was and how gross all of it was. It's like
he clearly wrote that.
You wrote that out of your hip pocket, huh? Just out of the blue, off of the cuff on the back of a napkin last night. BS. You've been writing that for weeks because you knew this is the way the ruling was going to go.
I do hope as time goes on, we get more coaches and voices that matter willing to speak out with the name on it. Do you think he's going to play? Because there are still people that think he's ultimately.
I do think he's going to.
They're going to find their way out of it because they want the legislation to pass. This is all just a smokescreen for. Yeah. All right. Cool. Well, there's no rules to this. You don't want rules, then fine.
People say, "We'll support your bill if you don't let him play." If that's the end all be all, then I question the people who are saying that because that shouldn't be the hang up of the bill. I do ultimately think he's going to play because there are no rules and nothing really matters in college athletics.
That is just wild.
And look, the landing point from I would love if Lanning came out and said something about this. I love when coaches put their names behind it. Like it's a nice step for ADs to come out and say we're not going to play you. But to your larger point, if you're in a college football playoff game and you're Georgia and Texas Tech is standing in your way, you're not going to boycott the game. It will not happen. Where this needs to happen from the coach who I read the quote of anonymously at the start of the segment about I'm going to get my team to gamble on our games for or against to make money because there's no rules anymore. Where this stops and starts is in their own conference.
The conference has to do
It's them coming out and saying, the other coaches and institutions in the Big 12 saying, we will not play Texas Tech this year. And if you want to call it a forfeit, we'll go to court or do whatever we need to do. We refuse to play them as long as he is involved in anything with your team. The whole thing is
all
gross.
Of this to just not have a players union.
Right, exactly.
That's all it is.
It's exactly what it is. When we could have had that years ago because we don't want to play. It's too slippery of a slope, and then we have to pay the volleyball players, and God forbid we have to pay the volleyball players or have them be in a union. And it just, there are answers here, and I don't know if we're eventually going to find them. But I do look at yesterday and wonder, and nobody has the answer to the question, will it be more of a speed bump or a lightning rod moment that actually leads to fundamental change one direction or the other? Time will only tell in that instance, but I can't remember the last time there was something that was that universally criticized from around the college athletics world of really? We're going to let this guy play? Are you kidding me? And there's been a lot of guys who have done a lot of bad things who have been able to play. To your point, there's worse crimes than gambling on your own team, literally.
It's a terrible crime. I wasn't trying. I'm just saying.
You're not trying to make light of it. I agree with 100% with the point. There's guys who have done some pretty heinous things and been able to play.
Yeah.
But it just that felt like as universal of a come together moment in college athletics that I've seen in a while. Now, does it lead to anything? Is anybody's guess? But I'm hopeful at least that it does in positive ways for the sport. But time will tell on the outcome.
Also, I don't want to shy away from the reality of the first game that they're on television against a marquee team and he's suited up.
Won't happen for a while. You guys now
he's suspended for us and Christian Abilene Christian.
Hey, what's the line gone to in that game? Should we make that joke? What's the DraftKings line on Oregon State, Texas Tech?
Dropped 1.5 points.
He did it. It had to come down a little bit.
Texas Tech minus 27.
26 and a half
now it's
27. Yeah, you're giving me that. I might have to take those points.
It's a home game.
I might go money line.
Home game
point,
beeps?
Right?
Are you kidding me?
Let's do it. We'll see where it goes from here. An ugly day in college athletics. Feels like we've been saying that a lot lately.
Well, and I think that's the other thing is that I've been screaming this for a while of hey, none of this seems a little broken.
Yep.
And I've just been almost wowed to a certain extent of how no big deal. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. Conference dead? No big deal. And I'm sitting here dude, none of this is right. This is all weird. Why are we doing?
Right.
And it took this.
I saw a lot of that reaction
vast majority
yesterday.
of people to go, I think it's broken. And I'm You think?
I saw a lot of that yesterday.
It took 90 things to happen to build up to the most broken of thing for you.
Not a conference dying, not players entering the portal because somebody sneezed the wrong way in a meeting, not tampering, none of that stuff broke the sport, but this broke the sport.
This is what did it.
This is what did it.
Dude, it's cuts by it's 1,000 cuts that led to this, man.
That ultimately broke the camel's back. We'll see where it goes from here. Ugly day in the NCAA yesterday. Sorsby is likely going to play next year. We'll wait and see if there's any more updates there. We got a lot to get to in the final hour of the show. Blue Line Brandon, his thoughts on Game 4, Stanley Cup Final tonight. Did we get another classic? Hopefully it continues. We start, though, with the mail sack. Our Sparta TRT mail sack, is always on Tuesdays. Kicks off the final hour next. 105.1 FM, The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
3-0 pitch. A drive! Deep center field! It is out of here! What a bomb from William Contreras on 3-0.
How about that one? Brewers TV on the call of that one. The William Contreras 3-run home run, top of the 11th. The Brewers beat the Athletics 15-14 in 12 innings. Second win this season when trailing by multiple runs entering the 9th. Was it 2 for... Was it 5th? What was the score? You wrote 2-15. What is it?
15-14 in 12
final.
innings.
Yeah.
No, on the stat, 2-15 you wrote. Is that all-time their record?
2-15 this season.
Oh, 2-15. Thank you. I've already forgot what I was reading. It makes no sense.
This game was did you see where it was played? So they played it in Vegas at the AAA Stadium because they're trying to grow their fan base over there.
Wait, they're playing in Vegas now?
They're doing like a random series, like just to gin up there because they're already playing at a AAA stadium. Why not do it? Dude, it's a softball field. There were fly balls that were leaving the yard. That's why the score was 15-14. Go look at the home run that tied it late. It was like a 280-foot fly ball to right that somehow went out.
Well, both teams laying wood with 15 runs and 14 runs. Laying Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. Visit them at their location on Southeast Stark Street or online at mrplywoodinc.com.
at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, they had to pack away the brooms at Madison Square Garden after the Spurs spoiled the festivities with a 115-111 Game 3 victory in the NBA Finals. Victor Wembanyama, 32 points, 8 boards, 3 blocks. Knicks still lead 2-1, hosting Game 4 Wednesday night. Game 4, the Stanley Cup Final, ready to go in Vegas tonight. Golden Knights with a 2-1 lead over the Carolina Hurricanes, with all 3 games decided by a single goal so far. Puck drops just after 5 o'clock. You can hear that on 910 ESPN Portland beginning at 4:30. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your Tuesdays are off to a good start. We got a lot to get to in this hour of radio. Game 4, Blue Line Brandon excited. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. You were texting about that game, I got to admit. Very happy. Very happy with you.
Didn't really get much of a reaction. And
didn't get
you guys,
nothing from
guys,
Jason Swigard. Didn't respond at all.
It was poker night with the boys.
Were you watching the game?
Yes, we had the game on.
Okay, you had the game on.
But I'm the permanent dealer of our group.
You've been elected permanent dealer of your poker group?
Yeah.
You like being a permanent dealer.
Mm-hmm.
You do.
Are you that? You're that good, though.
Now, are you a good shuffler? Or are you a good?
Pretty good shuffler. We pass the shuffle around.
Oh, okay. So other people shuffle.
So other people shuffle.
Then you got to throw the coin around though
and
for big blind, little blind. You got to move your blind
the
tokens
markers
around.
for the blinds around. All that stuff.
Interesting move. A permanent dealer.
Why did you want that job?
I just sort of fell into it. It's one of those things. We get together and
he's good with his hands.
Just did it.
This is back to the mascot point. He'll take the job if you offer it to him.
That's true.
He'll do it.
I think it's further evidence of your argument, right?
I fell into it. No, they offer, and you're like, yes.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, that's the permanent dealer thing is not something I would be attracted by, but as somebody who enjoys an occasional poker night with the buddies, it would be nice to have a permanent dealer guy. We at one point when our poker days I had a buddy buy a shuffling machine. That was quite enjoyable.
We tried that.
Yeah.
And after about 3 times.
Bought a shuffling machine.
How about that?
It's not as streamlined as hand shuffling.
It was quicker to just have somebody else shuffle and hand you the
thought
deck.
of it is better than the execution of it. You think, this is going to be great.
Plus,
and then you do it,
if you have a big group, if the table is full, then where the hell do you put it?
Right. Yeah, man, where do the chips go, all that? We got a lot to get to, though. Final hour. Let's get to, though, as we always start, the final hour on a Tuesday with the mail sack.
You ask, Dirt and Sprague answer.
Yeah.
This is the Mail Sack.
Mail sack time.
Mail sack.
Brought to you by Sparta TRT.
This is Sparta!
Committed to safe, simple, straightforward testosterone replacement and male performance therapy. Go to SpartaTRT.com for more.
Mail sack.
That's right. It's a Sparta TRT mail sack brought to you by Sparta TRT. Whether you're hitting the gym, just trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines. Reclaim your edge. Win at the second half of life. Sparta TRT. .com. After the last 48 hours I've gone through, Lord knows I need a little upgrade in team.
You need some TRT, man.
I need some TRT in me, dude.
TRT.
Maybe that'll keep me from getting sick every other week. Let's get to the mail sack, gentlemen. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Mail sack question numero uno. Early in the show today, mail sack question. If the Knicks win the NBA title this season and decided to provide either Stephen A. Smith or Spike Lee with an honorary championship ring, who would you select?
Spike. Lee, not remotely a contest.
It's not even close. One of my favorite championship ring stories, I've probably told this on the show by now, but years ago, my dad and I went down to go to a couple of Giants games for a weekend. This would have been 2015, 16, somewhere in that range. I think he was retiring. I think that's why we went down. And I had a buddy at the time who worked for AT&T, and he got us seats because it was AT&T Park still.
Right.
Got us seats like front row seats, essentially, right behind. There's like the row of seats that's right behind the fence by the opposing dugout.
Yep.
And then there's a little walkway, and then we were in the front row after that. They were like the seats that the commissioner sat in when the World Series was there. And one of the funniest stories that I remember was about halfway through the first game. We went to a 3-game series, same seats in every game. Halfway, like middle of the third inning, a guy walks in, a big fat guy walks in, and behind him are like 5 scantily dressed women. And they walk in and sit in the seats right by the opponent's dugout. And the guy sitting next to us joked, and we eventually saw it. The guy was a pimp.
Yeah.
And he would bring girls every time a road team, he'd bring them in, and they would sit around
to attract business.
Basically to like, hey, and they were playing the Nationals. Bryce Harper was selling the team. He's like, hey, what do you think? You need a clientele for the weekend while you're in town. And the funny part about the story was, guess what that guy had on? The pimp.
A championship ring.
He had a World Series ring. Now, they didn't know who inside the organization gave it to him, but clearly he had
we had an organization pimping
some sort of hookup inside the like this pimp had a World Series ring. There's only one way you're getting that. You got to know somebody high up.
Yeah.
And
or somebody didn't pay and they had to pay by give me your World Series ring.
But every time I think of that, it just reminds me of that story of my dad and I still joke to this day, especially this year when they're playing terrible, of like, the pimp must not have brought the girls in on time.
Well, if it's 2015-16, it'd be really funny if years from now we find out, Pablo Sandoval couldn't find his 2012 championship ring.
Snagged it out of the locker room.
Because he owed the pimp money and he couldn't quite pay up on that one.
Spent too much money on burritos over the years, got a little too fat. This is not even close.
There's nothing remotely
Stephen A. Smith is
interesting
a
about
fake
giving
fan
Stephen A.
and the epitome of the word.
A fake fan.
He is not a real fan. He doesn't go to games.
Fan.
He just does it for clout.
Yeah.
Spike Lee's at every game sitting courtside. He has been for 30 years.
He saw them win in 73, but he was a child.
Yes.
And he said on the broadcast yesterday he would give one of his Academy Awards for the championship.
Of course he would. How many has he won, though?
I think he has 3.
He's only got 3?
I think
for like all general awards, he's only won? I mean,
of the Oscars.
Oh, okay.
So of the Oscars, I think he has 3, and I think, because I'm pretty sure he said he'd give one because he'd still have 2.
I mean, he's still got 2.
But he'd give one of them if it meant giving the Knicks a title. I was thinking about this yesterday because of the broadcast. The weird thing about this is you have the Knicks home play-by-play guy on the main broadcast, and I think Breen's been really good.
Outstanding, yeah.
He gets a ring if the Knicks win. So there's a weird thing of he has to call the game neutral.
Good point.
But he knows if one team wins, he's getting a freaking ring.
That's a good point. I want Stephen A. Smith to experience no happiness in life, so that's an easy answer for me. I want that guy to go away. Mail sack question. My wife and I got eloped in March, so I didn't have a traditional bachelor party. I'm trying to plan a trip for me and some buddies. It'll probably be a weekend at the coast or Central Oregon, around a golf or 2. Is it weird to still reference it as a bachelor party, or should I just call it a guy's trip? If it makes a difference, no strip clubs. The wife and I enjoy those together now. Well, good for you on the last point.
Is that Jordan Schultz?
I think he's been married longer than that, but it may be. You never know.
Vows? I mean,
Schultz, we love you. I call it a bachelor party. What's wrong with call? I mean, I did that because I got married in COVID.
Did that title get canceled?
Oh, did it?
Did something? The way they're framing that makes it sound like something
framing it as
happened.
I'm doing it after the technical wedding, so it's
wedding.
Like it's not technical. Bachelor parties are supposed to be before.
Call it
a bachelor. Who cares, dude?
If you're not going to cheat on your wife, and you're not going to a strip bar, who cares? Call it a bachelor party anyway.
I did my bachelor party a year later because mine also got canceled. It was in the middle of COVID, and so we couldn't do it the summer I got married, and then the next summer we did a golf trip to Central Oregon.
Yeah, and I don't recall anybody making fun of us calling it a bachelor party. We just said we're going to Dirt's bachelor party.
It just became a joke that I'm gonna have a bachelor party every year and something golf related.
And I think you legitimately tried to.
I thought this is a great idea. I should do this every year. Why haven't I done it every year? Now I don't have a golf trip on the books for this summer, and I'm depressed about that. Call it a bachelor party. You do you, boo. Mail sack question: which championship from your lifetime would you want to be on the team for? You only get one championship. Any sport works as long as it's a team. So what championship would you want to be a part of as a player?
I'm trying to, hard. How do you not pick? Look, you can pick your team, and I wouldn't blame anybody for doing so. How are we not picking Cubs or Red Sox here?
Has there been a more iconic title than Cubs or Red Sox in our lifetime?
See, I might pick the 94 Rangers Stanley Cup. That thing was insane.
Yeah?
So insane. So insane. More insane than the Red Sox and Cubs.
Shut up over there.
More insane than the Red Sox.
I mean, it's not more insane than the
Cubs?
Red Sox or Cubs.
Did you just say yeah?
It was not more. Stop it, Swigard. Stop it.
Don't.
It was a Madison Square Garden.
It's a big deal. I'm not saying it's not a big deal.
The
To
team
say it's
playing
a
in
bigger
the finals now will be a much bigger deal than the Rangers doing it in Madison Square Garden.
No, that's not true. I will defend. That's not true. The Rangers.
If the
winning,
Knicks win the
NBA
Knicks,
Finals. Sorry. I thought you were saying this year's Stanley Cup champion would be a bigger deal.
No, I'm
Okay,
saying if
yes.
the Knicks win the
That is
finals,
correct.
that is a much bigger
It's a
deal than
basketball
even the
team.
Rangers.
That's a basketball town. It's not a bigger deal than the Red Sox breaking the curse.
That's an all-time bad take.
It's just not. It's not.
That's 500 miles swimming in the ocean.
How long did the Cubs go without a title?
108 years.
100. Yeah.
106. I don't know what
1908
it
was their last one, right? Wasn't it 1908 or 1907?
And they won in 2016.
And they won in 2016.
I think it was 108 years.
I'm trying to think if there's one I would take.
I don't
over
like
that.
either of those teams. I don't
No.
root for them, but to be a part of imagine being part of the Red Sox team that came back from 3-0 against the Yanks and then won the World Series. You're made for life.
I mean, in a lot of these cases, you're made for life, but
Hot take. You win the Denver Broncos Super Bowl with Peyton Manning, you ain't made for life if you win it with John Elway. There's a difference there.
I think Peyton's still made in Denver.
Well, that's Peyton Manning,
He's
though.
the king of Denver.
I'm saying if you're run-of-the-mill role guy on the Broncos
Yeah.
with broken Peyton Manning versus winning with Elway and the Mile High Salute,
that's fair.
That's
a
a
fair
much
point.
different Super Bowl
The court
cachet.
will allow that point. The judge will allow. Giants 07 will be pretty tough.
Beating the Patriots?
Beating the
That's
undefeated
pretty good.
Patriots of like the game nobody gave them a chance to win.
But they had won at least won the Super Bowl in the 80s with tuna.
What would be they had
They
had
at
a
least
title.
had won one, you know?
What's the most shocking college basketball championship we've seen in our lifetime?
Probably NC State, right?
NC State
Is
or
it?
Villanova beating Georgetown.
Okay.
Good
Yeah, being a
calls.
part of the Valvano one, it would be pretty special.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty damn cool.
They beat Houston.
Didn't they beat the Beavs early, too?
Yeah,
Wasn't it the
in
first
Gill.
game or in Gill?
In Gill.
Early in the tournament?
It wasn't against the Beavers. Oregon State was just
okay.
hosting
It was just
a
the host tournament.
regional.
Okay. But yeah, I think Red Sox is my answer. And that pains me to say it because I hate the Boston Red Sox. But to erase a 3-0 deficit against your arch rival,
I'm going to tell you why
who had
mine's
just
the Cubs.
won 4 titles in 5?
yeah.
Like they had just been
were
on
a
that-
dynasty.
They were a dynasty. They were still a dynasty, and you won 4 in a row, and then you ended the curse in that fashion.
Remember, the year prior, they choked the
in
ALCS
Game 7,
away.
they gave up the home run.
I'm going Cubs, and I'll tell you why. The Red Sox one is probably, I don't know why I'm doing this. I have the Red Sox slightly bigger, and maybe I'm wrong on that read. I'm picking Chicago because Chicago sports teams have largely been dog crap. And you did the Cubs curse.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the Bulls in the 90s, point taken.
I mean, post-Jordan.
The Bulls in the
Blackhawks, I guess, had a
Black Sox had a run.
little bit there with Kane and Taves.
They won 3 cups.
Yeah.
So if you root for all sports,
But
and
the
you
that
Bulls
was
have been
after.
terrible.
Yeah, that comes after Bartman and
The Bears have been irrelevant.
Yeah. Oh, the Bears have done nothing.
The White Sox
my
got a
entire life.
random one in 05, but nobody cares about the White
No,
Sox.
The White Sox are irrelevant.
So I think I'm going Cubs because at least in
All right,
Boston,
that's
it's Patriots.
You were in the middle
Bruins,
of the Patriots
the Celtics
dynasty.
have been good.
Yeah.
And it still means something else, but like I think I'm going Chicago for that reason.
Yeah, that's a fun question to think about of like what iconic time. The Knicks are definitely a part of this. If they go on to win the championship, to be the team that does it in New York for the first time since, 73, 74? Whatever
73.
73, the
Yeah.
first, that's a big deal, dude. That's huge.
I mean, the answer to this question in a year for Dirt will be maybe.
Well, we know what it'll be a year
Yes.
from now. It's definitely going to happen. They won't break my heart in the most
They
shocking
won't lose by
fashion.
40 in a rematch.
No, it
the
won't
title
happen.
in Vegas this year for college football.
That it is.
Yeah, it's in Vegas. Yes, it is, Edward. Yes, it is. Mail sack question. What is your favorite Chipotle bowl? Too soon. Too soon. Too
We
soon.
weren't naming
That's
them,
just
but
rude.
since
That's
you
just
named
rude.
it.
That's just rude. Don't do it. I can't think about it right now.
We have very opposite
I don't want to do it.
reactions to them. I haven't experienced anything bad.
Yeah. I have a bad track record with
Do you
them,
also
and I
order
overlook
everything
them.
on it? Like, do you get the sour cream, all the cheese?
No,
the
not a
hot
sour
sauce?
cream. No, I don't do the sour because I've learned over the years that the main red hot sauce salsa is usually the one that causes issues. So I stopped putting that on my burrito.
I like the pico
which
better.
dialed back my
I get
issues
the
a little
corn
bit.
salsa. I
I do
like
the
the
corn
corn
and the
salsa.
pico.
Corn and picos.
I'd stop. I don't want to think about it.
Is it really still making you?
Yeah, I mean the appetite's back a little bit today, but it's not.
Also, steak over chicken.
That's not great. Maybe that was my problem. Maybe I did the chicken.
I can't do the guac.
carnitas. I do the pork.
Oh, you do the pork?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mail sack question. Should I sue my neighbor? I came home to find out a ton of branches cut off of my tree that borders the neighbor's property. I prune it. He decided to hack 2 feet into my property and said he did not need to ask my permission. Should I sue?
So he went 2 feet over your fence
Over
line.
the fence line to trim your tree.
And he admits that he did this on purpose, not I cut and it just all kind of collapsed.
He seemed to admit that and say, I did not need your permission.
I mean...
I would not sue.
or a tree?
He said tree.
It's a tree.
He said tree.
I have a cherry tree that comes over my fence from my behind neighbor, and I pick cherries.
If the roots of the tree are completely within his property, he's responsible for the tree, I believe.
No, if the branches are over the fence line, that's your branch to do what you want.
Oh, is that the way it works? I've never known the way this actually works.
No, the roots are not. It's root-based?
I thought it was root-based.
Somebody told me if the branch is over the fence, I can cut the branch off at the fence line. But I'm not going to remove the tree, obviously, because it's not in my yard.
You're not going to go dig it up on the other side of the fence.
But if the other guy decides to trim the branches back,
Well, if you go past the fence to somebody else's tree, you have crossed the line.
You've crossed the property line.
But see, I have 2 pine tree branches that are hanging over
I think
my backyard.
You have this backwards. So the tree, read it again.
Okay, read again.
The tree is in the guy who texted
Came home
yard.
to find out branches cut off a tree that borders on the neighbor's property.
Yes.
I prune it. He decided to hack 2 feet into my property.
Oh, okay.
So it's his tree that the guy went
He
over
said
the
he
fence
didn't need to
cut.
ask my permission.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm talking to a lawyer.
You're actually going to sue
going lawyer
over this?
route, huh?
Well, how much are you getting? $8?
Yeah, what is the outcome there? How does that end positively in any way? I guess I would ask, what's your relationship with your neighbor?
With your neighbor.
Do you like your neighbor?
Yeah.
Have you got along with? If you hate your neighbor, and this is then by all means, I guess, continue the icy relationship.
Sounds contentious.
It does seem a little contentious. If you've had a decent or passable relationship, do you really want to end? Is a couple of feet of branches worth the outcome that will present?
Well, since we're in this kind of generalized conversation, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So my fence is in awful shape.
Falling down, yeah.
It was falling down. We bought the house. We had the seller put it back up and make sure it was sturdy enough because I can't fix anything, right?
No.
I put a new screen on a window yesterday, and I thought it was the coolest accomplishment of my life. Even though I had to undo it once to redo it, it was
Put it on
really
backwards,
annoying.
did something the
my
wrong
God, it's so
way.
annoying.
Yeah. Damn it, I should have read the instructions.
But you've heard me do the commercial weather report. So I'm going to Mr. Plywood here, and I'm gonna get new fence stuff. I have to do this in the summer, right? Because you want the post to dry and the weather. I have not yet notified or talked about this with a single neighbor, and every day I'm like, I'm gonna do it today,
and then you don't do it that day,
and then I don't do it.
I know that feeling. Now,
and we're talking.
Yeah, you're bordering
three neighbors because one neighbor put their own fence up behind my fence so they didn't have to talk to me.
Oh.
They did it before I moved in, but they there's a fence that we were sharing.
They want a bigger yeah.
They did their own fence so you don't even talk to us about fence.
Oh, so it's a double fence.
A double fence.
You're falling down fence and their new fence.
Well, their fence is fine. My fence
is keeling over.
It's keeling over, so I'm going to have to replace
That one I
it.
don't think you need to discuss.
I'm not talking to them.
Yeah, they won't do anything.
But I have
the two
3
on the
others.
sides.
I have 2 behind, one small section, one major section, and one to the left of my house that I have to talk to.
I mean, you're going to have to bring it up. When is this fence going in? Do you have a date?
I'm aiming for July.
Yeah, so sometime
I'm trying
in the next
to get it
month.
done in the summer when even though it's hot, I'm not worried about weather.
I think the approach will be you definitely ask because if some of them are willing to kick in, that's wonderful, right? To help the financial because fences are expensive.
But what is the distance between building the fence and telling your neighbors that's standard protocol here? Because I have not done it.
No, I feel like you're maybe a little late, but if you do it now and you're roughly a month away, that's at least if you do it the week before, hey, by the way, next Tuesday the fence is coming down. That's significantly too late. But if you do it now, probably erring on the late side, you're still a month out. So, yeah, you got at least an argument there of hey, by the way, next month we're going to put a fence in. If you guys would love to chip in, we'd love to have you chip in.
Okay.
I think that's still fair.
Okay.
It's also a weird dilemma. The whole fence idea is just strange to me. Of one person has to take the bull by the horns.
It's me putting it all up.
When everybody else benefits from the fence.
Yeah.
And if they can legally tell you to go pound sand, we're not giving you a dime for this. We're going to reap every benefit that your new fence is going to bring.
That's an odd position to take.
I know. I'm just saying those people are out there. Yeah.
One neighbor they repaired their own fence in a section that's not sharing with mine. And it's already like coming down. They did a pretty poor job of it. But that tells me that they don't want to pay. One neighbor, the section is legitimately like 9 feet to 10 feet.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
So what is that going to cost?
Right.
And the other neighbor,
Can you break it down by feet for me? What's it?
I've never talked to them outside of a ball landing in their backyard.
Yeah, you got to go get the ball back.
So it's a really odd dynamic with neighbors.
Not having the relationship certainly hinders the ability to feel good about getting money. Because if you have a good relationship with all your neighbors, which some neighborhoods are like you talk, you know each other well.
Sure.
That feels a little bit different. But if you don't talk to them, then it's like, hey, by the way, I'm your neighbor. You want to give me a couple grand to help build this fence? That'd be great. We got some more Sparta TRT mail sack just getting underway. The second half of it next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Time for the update. First on the fan, congratulations to Grayson Leach and Andrew Putnam, who were the local qualifiers of the U.S. Open final qualifying round yesterday at Emerald Valley Golf Club down in Cresswell.
Golf's longest day?
Golf's longest day. Billy Horschel was among the several that had to go through qualifying.
Max Homa lipped out a 3-foot putt, his qualifier, to not make it.
So, yeah, golf's longest day. So the U.S. Open gets set a week from Thursday at Shinnecock Hills.
I love that we still find new animals and fish. The ocean, we know nothing about it. There is a fish making the headlines in the scientific community, and now it has ventured into society as a whole. They have not named this fish. It's blue. They found it off the coast of Venezuela. I'm going to have to tell you, because we don't have a name for it, just Google new bluefish Venezuela. And Dirt, I want to ask you, what would you name this fish as you look at my laptop?
No comment. No comment.
It looks like the female anatomy on its face. I mean, its mouth is... There's a lot of people saying, I wish I could deep sea fish now.
I'm going to stick with golf's longest day, too, instead of genitalia fish. One other story from yesterday. How about Miles Russell being one of the guys who qualified was he 17 years old?
Yes.
And did you see who his caddy was at his qualifier?
Chuck.
Old Chucky Woods himself. Now, we don't know if he's going to bring Charlie Woods to be his caddy next week. But if he did, that'd be pretty damn cool. They're pegged to be teammates at Florida State together.
Yes.
On the golf team, and that was a pretty cool. Imagine being 17 years old qualifying for the U.S. Open.
Oh, that'd be great.
Wild stuff.
There you go. That is your update from Dirt, Sprague, and Swag from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Couple of thoughts here at the fan text line. We'll get back into the Sparta TRT mail sack, 503-864-6326. People upset that we did not bring up the Miracle on Ice team to be a championship to be a part of. Talk about living off that forever. Those guys have lived off that forever. Another one, if we're just talking parties, how are we not choosing the 86 Mets?
I don't think I could handle that party.
Do you think you could survive an 86 Mets party?
He's never smoked marijuana.
That's
You
true.
think he's doing blow?
That is true. You would not survive.
No way I would survive
The 1980
Your
one
heart
is
would stop.
That's certainly a good one, and their lives have been pretty cool, and they've been celebrated since.
A Disney movie made about them.
How much was, I don't know, fill in the blank player making on one of those baseball teams?
Yeah.
Have those guys cashed in?
A lot of them have struggled financially in the aftermath.
How much was
of that.
Anthony Rizzo's contract when he was the first baseman of the title team of the Cubs?
Things are a little bit different nowadays.
So, I mean, I know that's historically a pretty awesome moment. I'd rather have the paycheck with the mix.
Speaking
of
of
historically being great.
Did you see the Keith Hernandez story the other day that he told on the broadcast? So he was on a flight. I can't remember where he was going, but he was on a flight and sitting next to somebody decked out in Mets gear, and the guy was sitting next to him in first class.
Oh, didn't know who Keith Hernandez was?
And he didn't know who Keith Hernandez was. And he told the story on the broadcast, which is a former player, that's one thing, but like he's literally still the broadcaster of the team.
Yes.
Yeah. Like it's one thing if it's a former Blazer, but we haven't seen him in 30 years. And you're like, who is that? Oh, yeah.
Did you recognize Larry Johnson last night? Because when he hugged not Stephon Marbury, who did he hug? He grabbed John Starks.
That's a good point. I did not. I
like,
thought to myself, is that Larry Johnson? Was my thought, and
I showed him later and said, "There's Larry Johnson."
Okay.
I said, "Grandmama."
See, the difference though again is that he's not. If you're a diehard fan of your team, you're watching your team play. If you're wearing head-to-toe gear,
yeah. But if Walt Frazier gives you a hug as a Knicks fan, you better know who Walt Frazier is,
right? Because he's calling Knicks game. He was on the broadcast. He was like, "This guy's a Mets fan. He didn't even know who I am. Is he really a Mets fan?" Which was kind of a funny bit. I can't remember how old he said.
Keith Hernandez last year as a Met was 80-freaking-9. Dirt wasn't even alive.
Hey, depends on when it happened.
Yeah,
Probably
but you're watching. That's what he's saying. You're watching Mets games. He's in the broadcast
He's the color
booth.
commentator of the team. If you don't know the commentator of your team, are you a fan of your team?
Yes.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think
Baseball? Yeah,
You
dude.
think people don't know? People follow the team but couldn't tell you who the color commentator is?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I forget the
Interesting.
Braves guy half the time.
Now, do they rotate in and out?
Not the main.
Not the play-by-play guy, but the color guy will rotate
It's
in and
usually
out?
Frank Core.
Yeah.
But, like, sometimes they mix it up, and I'm like, oh, that's not Frank Core today because I see him.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think
Interesting.
baseball guys, people maybe a little older than us to Swag's age, yes. People our age to maybe younger.
Did he never watch Seinfeld? I mean,
there's people that haven't watched Seinfeld.
Seinfeld's another good poll, too.
I think we're living too much of a bubble here.
At a sports bubble? Are we in a sports bubble right now?
Well, and also teams have rotating broadcasters.
this isn't just
It's a whole
some
weird
random.
deal.
I mean,
That is true.
Guys,
and there's
decked
always
out in
because that happens. The Giants will roll somebody out because their main guys don't go on the road anymore because
That's
they're
what
old.
I'm saying, dude.
But it takes me like 2 games if that's Sean Estes or that's Hunter Pence.
Well, Hernandez
that's
missed time. He had a
Javi
medical
Lopez.
thing. He missed time.
He did. Yeah, you're not wrong there.
I don't know, man. I don't think the broadcaster when baseball carries the same weight it once did.
Yeah.
It's a great job. They're good at their job.
No doubt.
But it's not.
It's not the Vin Scully vibe anymore. Okay.
Who's the guy that replaced Euchre?
I can't tell you.
I don't know if Brewer fan can.
I can't tell you.
I think Brewer fan.
We got one that listens. We should ask him. Millsack question. What movie or TV show series do you wish you could rewatch again for the first time?
Oh.
It's a great question. If the final season was good and not complete dog ass, I would tell you Game of Thrones. But the ending of it, I don't want to relive. You know what I'll give you?
I'm going to go old school because I want to relive and watch a show that everybody's watching at the same time for the conversations around the office that don't largely exist anymore.
Ooh.
So I'm going to an era where TV was like 10 channels.
Okay.
And it was appointment television.
You're going to give me I Love Lucy?
I'm going Cheers.
Cheers. That's a good one.
I'm going to go
different era of television.
Woody Harrelson, Ted Danson. We're going Cheers, Shelley Long, Kirstie Alley. I'm going old school appointment television.
That's a good point. When there used to be not many channels and everybody watched the same thing, seemingly, I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna use your same logic, but a show that I didn't watch because I was too young when it first came out, and then came to love when I was old enough to watch it. Would have loved to have been able to go through those same things with The Sopranos. The Sopranos ending and being able to react to that, because by the time I watched it, I knew how the show ended.
It was impossible
too
to ignore.
Readily available to see the spoiler alert of it fades to black at the end of it,
right?
And you don't know the outcome, and so being able to react, I don't know how I would have felt about if I would have liked it, if I would have hated it, if I would have having the hindsight. You go through it, and you're like, I know how this is going to end. When there it is, it fades to black. Would have been a completely different experience. So I would take The Sopranos.
I think to watch for the first time, like when it first came out, and the shock value or whatever, Animal House.
Ooh.
So you're going movie.
You're going to go movie.
I like that. That's a good choice by you.
Did they ever did they do like a Caddyshack? Did they make an Animal House 2?
No.
They never did. They never
sure
touched
about
it.
that?
Because they made a Caddyshack 2 and
Might
nobody
have been
watched
a
it.
straight to VHS movie.
I'm 99% positive there was never, ever anything close to follow-up to Animal
Give
House.
you a close second for me because I just rewatched a few episodes. Golden Girls.
No, it was never made.
Yeah.
Okay, there was never
Somebody
a sequel.
might
They
have
did
pitched
bring the
once.
franchise to television with a spin-off sequel titled Delta House on ABC in 1979. But I don't think it lasted. According to my reading, it did not. Yes.
Yeah, I think you got to go television show when appointment television mattered.
If we're going there, I would pick MASH.
What's the number on that finale?
Isn't it
It's
still the biggest?
I think it's the highest rated.
40 million?
TV.
60 million? It's something crazy.
Well, I don't know what the total number was, but in terms of the share or the rating, the
Right.
percentage.
Drew an average, the final episode, the series finale, Goodbye, Farewell, and Amen, drew an average of 105 million viewers.
That's a Super Bowl.
It peaked at an estimated 125 million viewers.
Okay, follow up.
And
Why did it peak?
Accounted for roughly 77% of televisions in the United States.
But
at
who
the time.
turned it on late?
How?
Or who turned it off?
Yeah, how do you peak at a different number?
How do you peak on a television show?
You flipping through
sports. It's like I'm not
Well, I
until the
think
third
that
quarter.
show, if I
get it.
remember, that show was 1 hour. Like normally MASH episodes were half-hour sitcom or whatever it was. I think the final, it was either an hour or maybe it was even 2 hours. I have no idea. But yeah, it was longer than the normal
I
episode.
also, like, in consideration of Swag's
Insane,
answer,
dude. That is insane.
I would have loved to have been able to go opening weekend to watch A New Hope Star Wars.
Which one was that?
The very
first
first one.
The very first one?
The first one that he made.
What year did that come out?
1977.
It broke people's brains.
I didn't go opening weekend, but yeah, my dad took us very early in its opening.
You're not a Star Wars guy, are you?
I'm not uber Star Wars, but
You'll get down on Star Wars?
Star Wars, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen that.
Was it that, like,
So
when
we
it
went-
came out, was it that big of a deal?
Not the first one because people weren't sure if it was going to play or not.
The sci-fi movie.
Now, the second
Empire
one,
Strikes Back.
That one, my dad came and picked us up early from school, and we went and stood in line at the Westgate Theater that no longer exists in Beaverton for hours.
To go in.
Little dude on a golf cart coming out. The 6:40 showing is sold out. We're selling tickets for the 9:30 showing or whatever.
So I think your memory of the movie's a little off in the sense of I think the first weekend it didn't quite hit. It made $500 million in the box office.
But the buzz build as time went
but it
on.
wasn't like right out of the chute. It took a little
Word
bit
of mouth.
for it to build.
People
everybody's
saw
like-
it and got excited
and
about
people
going to
saw
see
it and they go, "Oh my God, this is amazing! We've never seen anything
Empire,
like it."
Return of the Jedi.
Return of the
At that point,
Jedi
it's a
and
cult.
Empire Strikes Back.
I'm
were-
going as a Wookiee or an Ewok.
Oh, it was yeah.
You're going to dress
It
up
was
and go
crazy.
see the movie?
Yeah, at that point, yeah, I probably would have. What are you? I'm kind of furry, and that's the evolution of the furry.
Do you think we're going to have that reaction to any movies that come? Like, I know that some will still get it, but like, there's big movies coming out this summer.
It was in my mail. My Magic Hat last week was the box office. The next couple weeks is lining up. Spielberg's movie comes out this week.
Was it Disclosure Day? Is what it's called? It's supposed to be a big deal.
Yes.
It's best movie in 20 years. What the previews are telling me. What's the new Nolan one with Damon? What
The Odyssey.
The Odyssey.
Yeah.
It's got Tom Holland in it.
Tom Holland's in the movie.
I was going to ask you about that on the Magic Hat. I just asked now, and you can think on it. How many movie genres from one director do you keep watching? Because this is going to be what alien movie for him? This third one?
Oh, more than that.
His fourth one?
I think it's more than that.
His fifth one?
Yeah.
He's pretty big into monster
Yeah.
movies, and aliens is obviously a big deal to him.
Let's see here. So Close Encounters of the Third Kind was the first.
Yep.
E.T. was the second. War of the Worlds.
Yep, Tom Cruise.
Is third, and then according to Googly Eye, this is the fourth.
Yeah, so
it's
it's
the
fourth
fourth, yeah.
alien-based movie.
Although,
same
Did
director.
he?
To be
he
fair,
didn't do
the-
Cocoon, did he?
This is not showing that.
I can't remember if he had a part in Cocoon.
People
or
are
not.
also pointing out that the Indiana Jones Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was technically an alien movie. Remember that bad one
Oh,
with
yeah,
Shia
it was.
LaBeouf?
That's a skull of an
So
alien.
There's
so-
aliens. They got a skull of an
This is
alien,
fifth to
and
sixth,
fifth
depending
or
on where you're
sixth.
looking.
Yeah, what falls under the label of it. I'm excited to see it because all the other ones. Actually, I've never
But
seen
are
War of the
you
Worlds,
going-
to be honest with you.
With
I haven't
Tom
seen
Cruise?
that
I never saw that one. No.
I didn't
E.T.
see-
I've obviously seen, and Close Encounters of the Third Kind is terrifying. That's a great movie.
The OG War of the Worlds, because how it all started, that story,
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a good movie.
Okay.
I also, the idea of that being what aliens are it's so terrifying to me.
Yeah.
They're here, they're going to kill you.
Doesn't matter.
They're going to suck your brains out of your skeleton with their ships.
There's no hope.
And they're going to fertilize the lawn
Yeah.
with your guts. Like, the idea of that is an entirely terrifying concept. It wasn't bad, though.
Yeah.
Are you going to go to the theater to see it?
I mean, with a 2-year-old at home, probably not. But my niece
you can
is
get a
like,
babysitter.
she's eager for some babysitting opportunities. They're actually so in the neighborhood theater they're showing back rooms right now, which I'm not that I don't really know the full backstory, but it's super intriguing to me of how it all came about.
That's a horror movie, right?
Yes, it started as like a 4chan thing years ago that then went into like a
Is
short
it a
series.
true
and-
horror? Or is it more a suspense thriller sort of thing? Or
I
is
don't
there-
know, but people are raving about it and the idea behind it, and it like in a modern movie climate where all we get is Supergirl. It's like a rare W. For
Is it like a parallel universe sort of thing?
Basically, yeah. It's like an endless office that you can't get out of. And there's monsters, something along those lines. But I'm not going to pretend to know the whole gist of it. But if it's at the neighborhood theater, I'll go. I'll go see it. I don't know if they're going to show it or not, but I'm excited about
I'll
it.
give you a take, dude. All the theater seems to be for me as a movie theater guy. I'm a member of a one of the theater companies. All it is it's horror or it's superheroes.
That's all you get.
I disagree with the sentiment of like there's no horror. Half the previews of any movie
Are
I've
all
seen
horror
are
movies,
horror
yeah.
movies,
Yeah.
and it's like the Valentine's Day slasher, the
I mean,
Xbox
we
The
have, like-
Odyssey, I think the Odyssey on a big screen might be
Well,
impressive.
that one you got to go see IMAX, right? Didn't they shoot it in full
Oh,
IMAX cameras?
I don't know.
From
Yeah, it's
according
an
to my,
IMAX.
Oh, okay.
it's the first movie ever filmed to be
Completely in IMAX.
completely in
Okay.
IMAX. which is a
Holland
big
talked
deal.
about that. He said filming that was bizarre because you would film it and the IMAX cameras are about as big as our table.
Oh, they're massive,
and
yeah.
they make a humming noise that you can't catch on the screen, but it's like.
But you can hear it as an actor.
But you can hear it performing, so it's very odd. Like you're acting, you're doing your best, but you're like. It's a part of the movie in a weird way.
You can't unhear it. Good Mail Sack, as always, brought to you by our wonderful friends at Sparta TRT. Whether you're hitting the gym, just trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines. Reclaim your edge. Win at the second half of life. SpartaTRT.com. We'll save some leftovers for next week. We got Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll get you set for your night in sports. Wrap it up next on 105.1 FM The Fan. Well, I'm sitting around the house on Saturday night, unbeknownst to me, ingesting food poisoning, eating a burrito that's going to cause me to miss Monday's show. But in the moment, it tasted delightful. And you know what else was delightful? Was getting texts from my co-host about a hockey game that I was just pleased to know that you were watching, man. 4-0. A lot of people kind of gave up, myself included. I mentally went to the like, right. We were due for a dud. Mitch Marner had a hat trick in
fastest hat trick ever.
What, like a minute and a half?
Yep.
Like Toronto fans are just at home screaming at their televisions of like, he wasn't the reason we were losing. Terrified that he left, and now he's dominating in Vegas, and you're got a 4-0 game. The game is over. Not so fast, my friend. We get, 3 goals in 39 seconds or whatever the number was. End up going to overtime, and Vegas finally scores a game-winning goal in the flukiest of ways possible, which is both the beauty and the ugly nature of hockey, is that you can play an incredible game and then get a puck that just bounces randomly off of the end board, and it goes off of a skate and it goes in, and that's how the game ends. But Vegas ended up winning. They took a 2-1 series lead. All 3 games have delivered. Game 1 was fantastic. Game 2 goes to overtime. Game 3 goes to overtime. A lot on the line tonight. It has been done in hockey to come back from down 3-1, but you don't want to put yourself in that position, although they will be going home for the next game. Where's Blue Line Brandon on Game 4 of the Stanley Cup playoff tonight? Carolina's a slight favorite on the money line over Vegas to get the win tonight.
Quick correction. Thank you to the text police. I was afraid I was getting butt cracked on that.
Your female
genitalia fish, but I apologize.
You got AI'd there.
I got AI'd. Though that fish looks like I'd like a pet of that fish.
It's a really funny looking fish. Yeah. If you can AI, that's a pretty funny thing to AI.
If I need to be Kanye West,
I'll allow
Give
it.
me some fish sticks.
Did you see his latest music video, by the way?
No. Is it a lot of saluting and hoods?
No. It's a gal in a bikini milking a cow.
Is it his wife who's always naked?
I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm not firm enough on the game. Okay. She's milking a cow. It's about a 90-second video.
It's awesome.
And at the end of the video, he walks onto the screen,
drinks milk,
and takes the milk and feeds it to her.
I think the Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah, you like their chances
I have
tonight?
them winning tonight because I want to ask you this.
Okay, what do you got?
So I did get a chuckle. I almost turned it off too. It was 4-0.
4-0 in hockey is that's.
I'm at a grad party and someone goes, "Sprague, your phone has hockey on it," and I go, "I know." Did you mean to do that? Like, I know. It's 4-0 though.
Yeah.
I get
give
the
it
third.
another minute. I'll give it a minute. Fine, we'll see.
Third period, they go in a storm. They get the debatable fourth tying goal. Is it interference? Not interference?
Yes.
I told Swag yesterday. I don't know what interference is all the time. It's hard.
I don't think they know at times either. It's one of those like it just happens.
It's offsides in soccer with VAR. They don't know it, but they just think they know it, so they call it.
Very, very true.
Double overtime. You're like, oh my god, dude! You start to feel the suspense of stuff. I absolutely laughed out loud how they won.
Hilarious
This is
ending.
literally what I note about hockey that bothers me sometimes. It's just the way the puck will go.
The fluky bounce. You get a bounce.
The fluky bounce went their way. Where would Vegas winning and going up 3-1 rank of blowing your mind given the gap between these two and what they were for most of the season?
I can't go there anymore because of what Vegas did to Colorado in the conference final.
So them doing it to Colorado already has you
that
going,
already
well,
my
all
mind's
right.
already
That
been
doesn't make any sense.
sufficiently blown.
Gotcha.
I can't get blown any more than I've been blown. Don't pull that.
Bluefish.
Yes. If you do that to what was historically speaking one of the 10 greatest teams in the regular season in NHL history, yes, I know injuries were a part of it.
So they were the OKC of the sport.
Like, what? They swept them?
Gotcha.
So I'm already there of like, none of this makes any sense to begin with, so I can't get my mind blown anymore. It's still like Carolina's power play, if you want a hockey breakdown of this.
I would like
just,
a little hockey tidbits.
Dude, their power play having the numbers it's had is the jaw dropper of the series because they got a lot of firepower and there's a lot of skilled guys that they can lean on, and their power play was one of the best in the league for chunks of the season, and it's down. I don't know what the number is off the top of my head. I want to say it's less than 15%, which in power play terms is horrendous. Like, that's god awful to be at 15% as a power play unit, and if they can't figure that out, they're not going to win the series. Like, it's been done before. There's been teams with bad power plays that have been found a way to do it, but if you're not scoring at a higher clip against a team who seems to have a little magic mojo on their side right now, I don't like your odds. So that's the biggest thing that they got to figure out. Do they do it tonight? I don't know. It was a weird game, too, because you pull your goalie just thinking, let's keep our starter fresh. And then next thing you know, that goalie doesn't allow a goal until the second overtime. So do we get a change in net tonight? Because hockey teams will do that. I don't know if they've announced a starter yet. But sometimes you get a guy who rides a heater like that because they pulled him. And Anderson's been great for him. And they pulled him early, and all of a sudden you're like, well, this guy was just kind of filling minutes for us in a 4-0 game. Do you start him in game 4 tonight, or do you go back to the guy who's been carrying you to this point? It's a very unique circumstance.
Well, I guess the tough thing for me not understanding, because I can watch Wemby and the Spurs and the Knicks or the Thunder or whoever it is, and I can get a general idea of what's changed things. In hockey, what is Vegas doing then to, I guess, mitigate Carolina, or do you think it's just kind of luck on power play stuff? Like, what are they doing?
It's part of it is it's always killing power plays is always a joint combination. You need elite goaltenders. Your goalie's got to be your best penalty killer, and for the most part, he's been good.
He's been good, but not elite.
He's been bad in spurts, if that makes sense.
I think they're both trading off of this.
And for a stretch, he'll be dominant, and then you're like, dude, you just gave up 2 greasy goals in like 30 seconds. How could you do that? So that's the weird conundrum of it. Outside of that, it's a combination. Are you snake bitten? You're getting good looks, but sometimes the puck's just not going in. You're just missing the net, or you're hitting a crossbar. A lot of it is Vegas and their scouting of knowing where to be and taking away passing lanes. Like, it's always a joint problem, but this also isn't just an issue. I feel like the power play thing's kind of plagued them, but they've been able to overcome it throughout the playoffs, and now it's rearing its ugly head because you're down 2. It's the first time they've trailed in a series. They've overcome it earlier in the playoffs. Now you're losing, and you're trying to pinpoint why are you losing, and that's the main thing that people are pointing to.
I'm taking Carolina 5-3.
5-3 tonight. So we got our first game decided by more than 1 goal, because every game's been a 1-goal game so far.
Canes get an empty netter.
Empty netter to win by 2. So you're on the Canes train tonight, too?
Yeah, I think the Canes, because they're
jumping on the Blue Line Brandon train.
Yeah, their defense was pretty sloppy. I expect Anderson to start. I think he was hung out to dry by some.
You're not wrong. Not all those goals were on him.
And so they'll put him right back in there. You had to pull him there so he didn't get any more rattled. But
no,
2 of those goals
it just was interesting that when you have somebody come in relief who plays as well as the backup played, it makes you go.
I think that's good to know in case Anderson has a rough outing later in the series.
You want a crazy stat, by the way, on the Stanley Cup final?
Absolutely.
This is the 46th consecutive Stanley Cup final, 46 straight years, that a teammate of Jaromir Jagr is playing in the Stanley Cup final.
What year did he retire?
He played for a long time.
I know. I haven't.
There's actually a player. There's
45.
Anderson, the goalie, played with him.
Oh, okay.
And Jankowski on Vegas. Jankowski? No, Carolina. Maybe they're both on Vegas. Or both on Carolina. I can't remember. But they both played with him as a teammate. 46 straight years.
Wow.
A teammate of his has played in the Stanley Cup final. Pretty wild. I, too, will ride the Carolina train tonight, although gambling against Vegas is a very uneasy proposition right now. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it delivers. I made the claim. We're going to get 2 classics. So far delivering. Don't let me down.
6 for 6.
Let's make it 7 for 7 tonight. That'll do it for us. Great little show. If you missed it, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com, at 1051thefan on Twitter. We'll tweet it out here as soon as we are done. Sean Hammond joined us to give us an update on the Chicago Stadium situation and whether they'll be the Indiana Bears or not. We will talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. The Firm, Harrison Meringue, is next. You're listening to 1051 FM The Fan.